Yeah, I know.
Not anymore.
Oh, she
She went in for a wisdom and also produced a transfer.
The meeting will come to order at this time. Welcome to our September Board of Trustees Committee of the Whole meeting. It is great to see everyone present. We appreciate your attendance and your presence. Our first matter on the agenda. Our first matter on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar. Are there any corrections to the minutes posted for our Committee of the Whole session on August the 15th? If there are no corrections, I need a motion to approve the minutes. We have a motion from Ms. Lavinus Wells and a second from Ms. Goodwin Caldwell. It is moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve the consent calendar, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. Our second item of business is appearance of visitors. We have two speakers today. At this time, I would like our Vice Chair, Ms. Debbie Bush, to read our guidelines for public comment.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. As each speaker's name is called, he or she should proceed to the podium at the end of the board's dais, where there is a microphone and a light system. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak to the board. The light system will be green for the first 2 minutes and will turn yellow when 1 minute remains on the speaker's allotted time. In keeping with board policy KCA, abusive language or personal attacks aimed at students or staff members will not be permitted. All speakers are expected to behave in an orderly and respectful manner. The board will not engage in discussion with the speaker or respond to the comments. The superintendent will designate a member of the staff to respond to each speaker in an appropriate and timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bush. Our first speaker is Phil Buck.
My name is Phil Buck. My wife and I have 5 children in Greenville County Schools, all of whom who are currently attending or have attended Charles Town Center in Sterling since 2011. Our 7th grader recently had an assignment that was canceled, and a group of us concerned parents have been working together to, work on behalf of our children. One of the parents, Sarah Frick, has actually had a conversation with the ombudsman, and through the conversations, here's some of our thoughts and some of the stuff that we've come away with. We recently learned that there was an internal policy document titled Instructional Material Selection Process for Secondary Schools that governs the full-length text that ELA and social studies courses can use. This internal document is not available to parents without a FOIA request. Indeed, during an in-person meeting with Ms. Frick, the district ombudsman advised of this and declined to give the name of the document to them. And parents within our group had to engage their professional networks to get someone to even leak the title. Is this how things are supposed to work in the largest district in the state? Even titles of documents governing my child's instructional materials have to be leaked? It gets worse. This policy was weaponized by someone who did not have access to it, who did have access to it. I can't make a FOIA request for more information about the complaint because the complaint didn't follow the proper procedures. They did not ask for an alternate assignment for their child, they did not formally challenge an assignment, and they did not fill out any paperwork. The district did not engage the material review committee, of which Ms. Frick is part of the committee. Instead, the district pulled all the assignments from the 7th grade students, citing a policy that is not freely shared with parents. This has all the optics of someone within the district leadership attempting to bypass all the safeguards that are rightfully in place to ban books and that are rightfully in place, using it to ban books and censor our teachers. It gets worse. The same reasons given to parents that this assignment was out of policy would apply to many others that are not being pulled. The policy is not being enforced equitably throughout the district. Coincidentally, the title of this assignment was Banned Books Week 2023, an assignment that my child years ago took at CTC and other kids for years have taken at CTC. This assignment was cherry-picked, not because it was out of policy, but because of its title. There was a permission slip to ensure that students were not reading something their parents did not approve of. I literally signed a permission slip saying, here's what my child can read, here's why it is a banned book, and I said, my child can read this. Time up?
Thank you so much, Mr. Buck.
Request that.
Thank you very much.
Immediately.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky McLaughlin.
President Kennedy issued Executive Order 10925 in 1961, effectively establishing the affirmative action as law of the land. On June 29th of this year, the Supreme Court struck it down. In writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts asked, when will the perilous remedy of racial preferences end? Clarence Thomas argued, these policies themselves divide students and lead to increasing racial polarization. So after 62 years, what have we learned? We simply rename a failed policy and try again. Diversity. Equity. On a more personal level, every year for the last 5 years, I, along with scores of other teachers, facilitated the creation of social contracts where the kids agree on terms such as that will create harmony in the classroom, such as attitude, effort, respect, equity. When asked to define, they all defined it as equality. Vice President Kamala Harris used a baseball analogy in her recent remarks at the White House initiative on advancing educational equity opportunities for Hispanics. Equality sees players starting out from the same base. Equity gives a chance to compete starting at different bases. My favorite baseball team, the diverse 1975 Cincinnati Reds, Joe Morgan, Tony Perez, Johnny Bench, didn't get to the World Series because they started on different bases. Inclusion. As I read through the 85-page DEI report, I cringed at the definition of inclusion. Intentional involvement. The kids get it. Our kids know when the fix is in at a time when major corporations such as Amazon, Twitter, and Nike are cutting DEI departments and universities in Texas and Florida are eliminating funding. We should consider another pathway forward. We need to take a lesson from the kids. Have you watched a middle school basketball team? I have for 50 years. Consider equity among yourselves. Did the trustees from TR and Fountain Inn start with 1,000 votes on election day because they had to drive further? Inclusivity. Let the kids mingle at lunch instead of assigned lunch seats. Common sense dictates that you set your sights on meritocracy over intentional mediocrity. That's DEI. Embrace instead academics first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item of business is instruction, and Ms. Mosley will serve as chair of the instruction. Ms. Mosley, I will turn this section over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stiles. I believe we have a presentation today from Dr. McDavid and Dr. Stevens. Dr. Royster, do you have anything?
Just as a brief preface, as they come forward, we traditionally provide a report to the board in the fall of each year summarizing the summer academic opportunities for our students. For the last several years, those opportunities have been larger in number than previous years for a number of reasons. One being to make sure that we take full advantage of summer reading camp opportunities for our elementary students who are struggling with reading and helping them to improve their reading skills. And secondly, to use this as a device by which we can replace the learning that might have been lost by students during the pandemic. So it's a little bit larger in scope, larger in number than an ordinary year's report. We wanted to share the programmatic aspect as well as some of the outcomes with the board. And having said that, I will turn it over to Dr. McDavid for the presentation.
Members of the board and our audience, we are pleased to share the results of our summer remediation and support programs from 2023. I'm joined by Dr. Stevens. We're going to, in our overview, give the funding sources so that you understand the investment. We will share the demographics to let you know which students accessed our programs. Important outcome for all of our programs. And then for this, we're really looking at three different aspects: our third grade Read to Succeed summer camp, our elementary and middle school remediation and support camps, and also our high school credit recovery camps. To begin, looking at our Read to Succeed funding, which is, of all the programs we will share, this one is the longest standing. We began Read to Succeed funding in 2014-15 under Act 284. The allocation is based each year on the per pupil allocation of students scoring not met on the third grade reading assessment. As our students improve, the allocation decreases. So in summer of 2022, our allocation was $639,585. And for summer 2023, we worked with summer reading camp funding of $533,688. For summer 2024, they will base our funding for next summer based on this number, this year's 2023 SC Ready results of students scoring not met in reading. More recently, through ESSER funding, we were able to expand the summer offerings to go beyond our third grade to include grades K through 12. Our expanded funding has taken place over the past 2 years since summer of 2022. The allocations from ESSER, actual funding amounts used, $3,753,607 in 2022. A slight increase of over $4 million in summer 2023, and summer of 2024 will be the last year of the ESSER funding. So we've done this for 2 years. We promise to still hold it next year, and then that will be our last year that we can use ESSER to fund this initiative. We served 6,624 students in grades K through 12. Each school in our district was able to recruit students based on their grades, based on teacher input, based on the needs for support in reading and or math. You will see that our highest grade levels served at the elementary were grades 3 and 4. For middle level, the highest grade served was grade 7. And in our high schools, our grades 9 and 10 had the highest participation, with over 500 seniors participating this past summer. In demographics, we served in the student body approximately half and half female and male students, 53% female and 47% male. Our population demographics, African American 34%, Hispanic 26%, white 32%, and we had 1% Asian, 6% multiple, and 1% Native American. So our population demographics mirrored much of our school district in some ways. We looked even farther at our multilingual learner population to see that only 74%, only 26% of our students served were multilingual learners. That is, students whose native language is something other than English. Our pupils in poverty made up 3/4 of our students served at 75%. Our students with disabilities encompassed 27% of those served in the summer program. All are invited to participate. 73% of those came from general education and were not students with disabilities. In the elementary grades K through 5, we were able to operate 4 days per week, Monday through Thursday, throughout the weeks of June 19th through July 20th. We were closed the week of July 3rd. These same 4 weeks were served in elementary, middle, and high. The times of operation were staggered based on the need for transportation, and we began elementary at 7:45 and ended at 2:15 p.m. You'll have more information around our summer reading camp, which requires our rising third graders to receive 96 total hours, excluding lunch. The locations, again, we tried to serve all of our students, and if a school did not have availability in the building due to construction or maintenance, they simply held their location at a different site. For example, Ellen Woodside Elementary served their students at the Riley CDC close by. Fork Shoals served at Ralph Chandler. Greenbrier served their students at Bethel. Lake Forest served their students at Brook Glen, Mountain View at Tigerville, Simpsonville at Plain, and Sue Cleveland Elementary School students went to Woodmont Middle. The program went complete with an administrator to oversee the students from the school, and the teachers were recruited from the schools as well. So every school had representation. Every school had teachers and administrators who knew their students, even though they may have been served at a different site. At the middle school, again, the same 4 weeks of service, Monday through Thursday. Their times were 8:30 to 12:30, and all of our middle schools were available to serve students on site except Blue Ridge Middle, which served at Blue Ridge High. The high schools, same 4 weeks. Their hours of operation were from 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., and the 3 high schools who were not able to serve on their site served at a nearby middle school. This effort with academics is coordinated and pulled off successfully with a large degree of coordination with other divisions. FANS offers free meal services and nutritional services for all of our students. Transportation is provided, and our nursing services provides nursing support at every site. So while we are coordinating the academic, we work with the others to make sure our students are well taken care of. Read to Succeed legislation. Dr. Susan Stevens.
Thank you, Dr. McDavid. Good morning. This morning, we will be discussing our Read to Succeed legislation, and as a required component of that, specifically our summer reading camp for third grade students. As Dr. McDavid has mentioned, there are some aspects to our summer programming that are beneficial for all students who attend, but there are some key differences when we look at our specific requirements for summer reading camp for Read to Succeed. As Dr. McDavid mentioned, our summer programs offer ELA and math instruction and remediation at all of our elementary sites when available. The students who are identified through the Read to Succeed legislation, however, have a differing set of requirements for their summer programming. Specifically, when they attend summer reading camp in the summer, their instruction must be ELA or English Language Arts instruction only. It is dedicated specifically to third grade students, and those sessions are offered by third grade teachers. Students in the third grade Read to Succeed camp have to have access to a media center. We offer that to all of our elementary students, but that is a specific requirement for our Read to Succeed students. In addition, we have to ensure that research-based sound instruction is offered to those specific students, and we are required to keep our student ratio at no more than 15:1. In many of our cases in our elementary settings for Read to Succeed, our class sizes were somewhere between 12 and 13:1. The Read to Succeed Summer Reading Camp is only one required aspect of the Read to Succeed legislation. These are some of the more comprehensive aspects to that legislation that we are required to fulfill for our students as part of Greenville County Schools, as part of a public school in South Carolina. Specifically, one of the things that we continue to offer for all students is comprehensive English language arts instruction that has specific supports in place that includes communication throughout the year with parents, specific training for our teachers and our literacy specialists and our coaches to ensure that our students get the supports that they need. Every school develops a reading comprehensive plan that is aligned with the expectations of the legislation. We continue to offer remediation, not just for our Read to Succeed students, but any student who requires additional support. And as Dr. McDavid has mentioned, the bulk of this work is supported through state funding through the Read to Succeed funds. As we begin to discuss the students who are identified to attend Read to Succeed Summer Camp, we'd like to take a look back at our historical performance specific to our third grade reading performance. So if we look at the last 5 years of performance, this is looking specifically at the third grade performance for our reading students on SC Ready. And you can see that we have gone from 321 students in 2018. Our highest number of students who fell below the required cut score was coming out of COVID in 2021 with 710. But we have subsequently gone to below our pre-pandemic score. And last year we had 245 students district-wide in third grade who did not meet the state identified cut score. So that means that those students received a not met score on SC Ready, excuse me, and within that not met score, the state identifies a specific cut score that identifies them as Read to Succeed students. So typically this means these are your lowest performing students within that not met category. When we look at the demographics of our students, the trend mirrors those that were shared by Dr. McDavid. We have a diverse group of students who fall within that not met category, and additionally, we have the similar trend for gender. When we look at our students who are multilingual learners, we have 38% of our students not met who were non-multilingual learners, and 62 who were multilingual learners. Students in poverty, we had 86% of our students who scored in that not met category below that cut score were pupils in poverty, 14 were not. When a student is identified as a Read to Succeed student through that identification process, they fall below that cut score identified by the state. We go through an evaluation process to ensure that the student does not have an exemption to the legislation. And these are exemptions that are specifically pulled from the legislation. They are identified by the state, and every school evaluates the students who fall within those cut scores to determine if one of these exemptions is applicable to each child. So when we look at exemption number 1, a student who is an ML student who has received less than 2 years of instruction in an ESOL program, that student would be exempted from being required to attend summer reading camp, meaning that we know that their below cut score is probably indicative of not yet having access to enough support to successfully achieve that cut score. In Greenville County this past year, we had 33 students who fell within that category. Exemption number 3, student with disabilities whose IEP or Section 504 reflects that the student has received intensive remediation in reading for more than 2 years, but who has still not substantially demonstrated reading proficiency. Again, every school evaluates each student on a case-by-case basis to see if that's applicable, and then identifies that student as having that exemption. For Greenville County, we had 131 students who did not meet the cut score who fell within that exemption. Exemption number 5, students who had 2 years of reading intervention and students who were previously retained. We had 11 students who had that exemption. So when we consider the original 245 students that did not meet the cut score, 70 of those students did not have an applicable exemption and therefore were required to attend summer reading camp in order to be considered for promotion to 4th grade. When we look at our historical participation for students, you see that our trend is very similar to the achievement that we showed before. So when we look historically in 2018, we had 321 students who did not meet the cut score, but when we took exemptions into account, we had 118 students who were required to attend summer reading camp. If you follow the graph over to 5 years, 2023, we had 245 students who did not meet the cut score. We had 67 who were required to attend. And if you'll note, we had 70 on this list. We had 67 here because we had 3 students who moved out of our district after testing and prior to camp beginning. So that's why that discrepancy is there. Our demographic trends are very consistent with those shared by Dr. McDavid previously and very much mirror our trends for the students who did not meet the cut score. When we look at the outcome of 16 very intensive instructional days with students that's focused on ELA, we go through an evaluation process at the conclusion of camp to determine whether those students have made significant progress or sufficient progress to set them up for success in 4th grade. We go through an evaluation process using the MAP test at the end of summer reading camp, which offers a student the opportunity to take an assessment, a normed assessment that allows them to determine if they can perform on grade level work. That cut score is identified by the State Department, and 29 of our students were able to achieve that cut score at the conclusion of camp. So that's an automatic promotion to 4th grade for those students. 30 of those students, 30 additional students, went through a portfolio evaluation at the district level over the course of their 3rd grade year in their elementary school, and then over the course of their intensive 4 weeks with us. Artifacts are collected and evaluated by a team of teachers and evaluated at both the school and the district level to determine whether the student has the skill set and the capability and capacity to be successful in 4th grade. At the conclusion of those literacy portfolio reviews, 30 students were promoted based on those portfolios. We had 8 students recommended for retention at the conclusion of summer reading camp. 5 students did not attend summer reading camp, and as a reminder, if you're identified as a summer reading camp student, you are required to attend. If you choose not to attend, that's an automatic retention based on the state legislation requirements. We had 1 retention based on portfolio review. We had 2 school recommended retentions, and no parents appealed those decisions. So again, as a reminder, as part of the legislation, it is required that we are in constant communications with parents whose students are going through this process, not only to ensure that the students are receiving the appropriate support and remediation during camp, but prior to camp throughout the school year, and also ensuring that those same supports and systems are in place for students as they transition into 4th grade. Our goal for this legislation is not to retain students, but it's also not to promote students to 4th grade without the appropriate skill set to be successful. So it is really important that we work very closely with schools to make sure that those interventions and remediation opportunities are in place so those students can transition into 4th grade with every opportunity to continue the success that they've demonstrated here. When we look at our historical retention for the previous years, in 2021, we retained 13 students. You see that in 2022, we retained 24 students. Again, as a reminder, that was one of our highest years coming out of COVID. A majority of those were initiated by the school. You can see there, 13 school recommended retentions out of that year. And then this past year, we had 8 retentions. And as a reminder, student retention is a decision that we take very seriously, and it is something that we spend a lot of time to make sure that it is the appropriate intervention for that child. Dr. McDavid?
The support for our students extends into the school year and well into the summer. So for K through 8, the academics department really works to try to ensure that all of our students have a successful experience. For those who do not, we extend that into the summer. We mentioned in the elementary grades, we had over 3,000 students, and in the middle, 960 students. Our schools worked with parents to invite students based on performance, grades, and again, specific support needs. We were able to serve all the grades in 44 elementary schools, 22 middle schools. But to determine what we use, our district academic team looked at our benchmark scores, our benchmark data, looked historically at our SC Ready data to determine what are the essential skills. If a student in 5th grade, for example, is going to 6th grade, what are the essential skills the students need to take with them? Using those essential skills, they designed a pre-test and a post-test. Additionally, the academics team worked to develop curriculum that each school could access in order to help prepare and remediate our students on those essential skills. We looked at K through 1. We already use a system called FastBridge, curriculum-based assessments. That FastBridge data is used K through 1. When we prepare our students for our 3rd grade Read to Succeed, of course, that takes place much earlier. And we're able to look at the FastBridge curriculum to determine which students are at risk. Through Read to Succeed solely, we were not able to serve these students in the past, but this past summer, we were able to serve K and 1 and 2. Through our ESSER extension. In grades 2 through 8, those district assessments of the essential standards were pre and post tests that were designed by our district academics team. In grades K through 8, again, we had the curriculum design of school, district and school-based aligned to the resources. We kept our ratios 15:1, and we funded those through ESSER. To our outcomes, in kindergarten reading, you will see we have 4 bars depicted. We looked at pre and post tests for kindergarten in letter sounds and sight words. We had our pre-test, then our post-test. The green indicates that the students are identified in FastBridge assessment as having low risk in the particular area. The yellow, some risk, and the red would be high risk. Our goal over the summer is to have as many students going to the next level at low risk. Our students in grades kindergarten from this past summer, at the beginning of the pretest, we had 62% of our students at high risk on the FastBridge assessment. At the end of our 4 weeks, they were at 55% in high risk. We additionally increased the number or the percent at low risk from 10 to 15%. So we were able to return them better and more prepared for 1st grade. Using sight words, pre-test on sight words, we were able to increase the percent of students at low risk from 15 to 23% and decrease the percent of our students who were at high risk from 47% to 37%. Again, the smaller classroom setting, the extension of activities over the summer to prepare them for their 1st grade experience. In kindergarten math, the FastBridge assessment assesses number sequencing. Similarly, we were able to, from pre to post for kindergarten, we're able to increase the number of students who were at low risk from 34% to 48%. We saw the students who were at some risk decrease from 35 to 28%, and then our students at high risk decreased from 31% to 23%. So those elementary schools who were able to put the program into place and serve the students identified were then able to receive 1st graders who were more ready to begin math at the 1st grade level. In the 1st grade on FastBridge, it assesses specifically fluency, and that is reading fluency. So in 1st grade, you will see our beginning number of at-risk in our pre-test was 58% of our students were at high risk, 10% at low risk, and 32% had some risk. We were able to increase those at low risk in 1st grade fluency from 10 to 15%. And on that same assessment, decrease the number of 1st graders who are at risk, high risk for fluency from 58 to 46%. 1st grade math. On FastBridge, we assess story problems, and story problems is an area that sometimes students who struggle numerically, they are understanding conceptually, so it looks at story problems instead of just simply number problems. So our students who are at low risk, starting out 61%, we were able to increase the number of low risk and story problems from 61 to 76%, and then decrease those at high risk from 23% to 14%. In second grade, as we're preparing them for third grade, we used our district ELA and math mastery assessments. So all the way from second to eighth grade, you see the pre and the post test on, again, those essential pre and post tests of essential standards identified by academics based on benchmarks and historical performance on SC Ready. And in each grade level, we were able to decrease the number of students who were entering the next grade level with a deficit in those specific skills. Our second grade increased that was the lowest percent increase, and along with our eighth grade, but then our fifth grade students showed the highest percent jump in their pre and post, and that's preparing our fifth grade students to go to sixth grade. So that was one of our most impressive moves in preparing students when we assessed them for what they needed to be ready for sixth grade. But we saw improvement from pre to post across all assessments and across all grade levels. In math, our trends, as you can see at the beginning, our pre-tests were relatively higher than they were in the elementary than the middle. But note that we assessed those most critical and essential, most difficult standards for students, and we were able to increase across the board from pre to post tests by significant margins. More significantly in the middle school, looking at the sixth grade, who on the pre-test 2% were at mastery, and on the post-test 29% were at mastery. Again, preparing our students to be successful in the rising grade. Our high schools have a different approach to summer remediation and support. While all students are able to participate at either credit recovery or to have initial credit, we were able to host 2,619 students at our high schools, lifelong learning, and our satellite diploma program. We had certified teachers providing support, tutoring, while our students worked to earn credit recovery and, of course, initial credit. Initial credit, i.e. some students would like to get ahead, and parents would like students to have the opportunity to get ahead on course, or to, if they have not taken a course, to master that for the first time. We offer that through our Greenville County virtual program. We use Virtual SC offered through our state, and within Greenville County, we used one system of Edgenuity software, which is supported by our certified teachers. Whenever we're offering or awarding credit, either initial credit or renewing a credit through credit recovery, we follow the South Carolina Uniform Grading Policy, we follow our GCS policy, IDF, and we make certain that we're following the guidelines that we have to offer support online through our South Carolina Proficiency Waiver. For each school and all the guidance counselors, and also with our parents, we share GCS guidelines for content and credit recovery. In grades 9 through 12, we use the curriculum in a platform called Edgenuity. We wanted to use one thing consistently within our high school so that we can ensure the quality of the work that's being done for Carnegie Credit or initial credit. Edgenuity was adopted as a blended learning platform, and our GCS standardized courses and curriculum for all high schools. It was approved not only by the State Department to be aligned to our South Carolina standards, but also our GCS Academics Division reviewed all of the courses for which we offer initial credit to ensure that they meet our academic standards as well. Edgenuity is offered online in a platform with teachers, GCS certified teachers, our very own, serving as the teachers of record. Edgenuity also has NCAA approval, as the hours and contact is documented in the system and feedback is given throughout the course completion. For initial credit throughout the year happens year-round with the traditional classroom setting or online via Virtual SC, our GCS virtual program, or in our high schools using Edgenuity software. Again, we have teachers of record. There's not someone else or a system determining our students' level of mastery. The way it works, if a student struggles with an area on Edgenuity, we require that a teacher provides intervention before the student can go on to the next level. Mastery is set at 60%, which is aligned to our uniform grading policy. And if a student takes a course for initial credit, that is entered on the transcript as a numerical grade. That numerical grade counts counts toward their GPA or grade point average, and it also counts towards their graduation requirements. Unfortunately, not all of our students are able to pass their class on initial try, so we have something offered through UGP called credit recovery. That is offered after they have completed a course and failed it. Those students who previously failed the course may recover credit towards graduation progress. However, please note that the initial failing grade remains on the student transcript or in the GPA. They are offered in our system online, again, Virtual SC, GCS Virtual, and Edgenuity. We offer a pre-test of essential course standards to determine their pathway for recovery. Instruction provided by our certified teachers targets those specific standards and addresses the deficiencies to meet those essential standards. Mastery at 60% requires our students to demonstrate student proficiency for the whole course, and either through pre-test or through the activities and passing that they are able to master and be ready for the next course. Every credit recovery attempt is recorded on a student's transcript. They either receive a P if they pass or an MP if not passed. Credit recovery does count towards the 24-unit graduation requirement, but it does not impact a student's GPA. That initial grade stays on the GPA, for example, for English 3, and that student gets credit towards English 3 if they pass credit recovery with a P, if they pass our credit recovery. So they get credit towards graduation, does not impact their GPA. Over the summer, we had a lot of students to participate in online virtual. We had our GCS virtual program, which for initial credit, many of our 8th grade students going to 9th grade will begin their high school transcripts over the summer, some of which are other students in high school, but we had 917 enrollments. Of the 917, we had 30 to not complete or to not receive a passing grade. And then the credits earned, we had 887 credits earned with a success rate then of 96.7%. Again, that's for initial credit. Within our high schools, through Edgenuity for credit recovery, we had 703 course enrollments, with 323 of the students to either not complete the Edgenuity course or to not pass the Edgenuity course. 380 courses earned credit, and that's a 54.1% success rate. Our Virtual SC, which is our state department program, offers both credit recovery and initial credit. In credit recovery, they had over 1,800 course enrollments and over 1,050 courses with credits earned, with a 58.2%. There were 759 students who did not complete the course over the summer. We have to complete the courses before the start of the school year, and so for this year, our students had to complete by August 8th. Virtual SC offers initial credit. Again, our students trying to get ahead or to earn credit for the first time. Over 1,800 again, that with a lower incomplete or failure number at 492, with 1,335 students earning initial credit. So overall, we had 3,659 courses in which students earned credit over the summer by one of these ways. Our high school supported students online and face-to-face by having them come to school and work with our certified teachers, and with that, we're able to help our students meet their goal of graduation plus. Are there any questions?
Much, Dr. McDavid and Dr. Stevens. Mrs. Bush.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very exciting way to start our morning. And a continuation of our last meeting where we talked about what did you do over the summer?
Yes.
So we see a lot of success took place over the summer. So thank you for providing us with this great dose of success today. And my concern is the funding for all this success. And I see that we get state funding for those third graders, but what about all the millions of dollars that ESSER funding, and when that goes away for our continued success throughout K through 12, Dr. Royster?
As you may recall, we have until September of '24 to expend all the ESSER funds. And what you all saw today is really one of the major areas of where we have utilized ESSER funding. That is to assist students with taking care of gaps they might have had in their learning, to assist them with moving forward. So through next summer, we'll be fine to be able to scale this at the same level we've been doing it. Now, correspondingly, in the last 2 years, our schools are showing return to pre-pandemic test score levels or above. In fact, the vast majority of them are now above in one or more subject areas. In fact, we released some of that information the other day with the test score. So that should indicate over time a declining need, so less demand. The other thing, as we look at this in the coming years, with our test scores, how they may be trending, particularly in certain schools and to individual students, because obviously all this is individualized. We want to get every student to reach the maximum level of attainment they can possibly reach. We may be asking, as a part of the general fund request, to expand some of the summer offerings. Now, the summer reading camp has been funded by the state, and I imagine that that will continue to be the case. So we'll be watching this very closely into and through the next spring, because obviously in next spring's when we have to plan for the FY25 budget, although we'd have this money through September of '24. So for the summer of '25, because some of this would go on in June, and we could split the time between June and July, but we would probably be looking at some general fund implication to make sure we're continuing to provide the level of support that we need to provide to ensure two things in particular. One is that students have the level of reading that's necessary as a foundational skill for really all other learning, and that we're keeping our students at the other end of that's kind of the one end of the grade scale, and the other end at the high school level, that we are doing everything we can possibly do to ensure that our students are graduating and on time with their class so they can begin the next step in a timely manner, along with our effort to make sure that they have either college credit or industry certification when they graduate from us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. Bush asked the question that I was going to ask about the funding after the ESSER funds are gone. And I wanted to know how many locations we would have after those funds are gone. But Burke explained that. I have a question about why is the grade point average for the credit recovery why does it not, credit recovery does not impact their grade point average?
So
is that in law?
It is. It's in. It was updated in the uniform grading policy, and that's something that was recently shifted in the past few years, and we reflect accordingly. A student who takes, again, a course such as English 3, they go throughout the year, they have a final grade of 50, and they fail. That 50 remains in the grade because that is the complete course. The student has an opportunity to show that I've mastered the skills necessarily for the next course in the sequence, or mastered the skills necessary for me to not have to repeat the entire course. Students can change their GPA if they choose to take the course over again. That would be reflected in the GPA if they do it again for initial credit. That initial credit GPA will then be added to, so they'll have 2 attempts at English 3. But for credit recovery, we're simply trying to make sure the students have demonstrated the essential skills necessary to have the graduation requirement. And that, excuse me, And that over the past has been challenged because if you change the numerical grade, that impacts it, sometimes their GPA, their ranking, there are ways to look at that differently. So they don't get a numerical grade. Understand that in credit recovery, they're not taking everything in the course. They're taking the essential skills identified. They're doing a pretest to determine what they need to do and demonstrate mastery of. And so at the end, while they'll have to have a minimum grade of 60, that does not take the place of that time in the core or initial credit class all year long. But it does say that you're ready for the next course, or it counts towards meeting your graduation requirement.
So if they don't take the credit recovery, they have to take the course over?
Yes,
Okay.
which is an option.
Or leave it as them failing the
If they
course?
fail the course and it's required for graduation, they have to at some point either recover that credit or retake the course. Otherwise, they don't graduate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Leventis Wells.
So I have the same question, because if they did credit recovery,
Yes.
then that failing, that 50 stays on their record and
Yes.
in their GPA,
Yes, ma'am.
which lowers their GPA,
Yes, ma'am.
even though they have mastered everything that is needed to pursue and go on to the next level, with which, if it's English, 4, whatever,
That is correct.
is crazy.
It is designed, though, because the credit recovery course is not covering every standard.
I understand that, but, okay, so help me to understand this then. If it's not mastering everything in that class, are we doing the child an injustice by just giving them the minimum and then sending them on to the next level? That's what I mean, if they haven't mastered everything and we're just giving them a P, I want these students to experience success. I also want them, if they put forth the effort, and I know about class ranking, I understand that too, but I also know about getting in, if they decide to go on to college, and how that's viewed, and how that 50 reflects in their GPA and lowers that. And so that's my only concern. I'm glad that we have credit recovery. I think it's a plus. And I don't want to give grades. I definitely don't want to do that. I want students to earn and not be given. I think that's important. But also,
We do it this way so that across the state it's done uniformly.
okay.
And by providing credit recovery and a grade in a uniform manner, it does not minimize the work that happens in the class. Our principals, our teachers, and working with individuals, for example, there are students who don't do well with the credit recovery, who decide, I need to retake Algebra 1 so that I can firmly grasp the skills before I move forward. Students do have that opportunity. We work alongside our principals and our counselors and parents to make that best decision. Some of our students coming up in their senior year, for example, they are in the senior year, they may not pass English 4 for whatever reason. Would that student need to retake English 4 in its entirety, or is it possible that they can demonstrate mastery of skills, recover the credit, and that credit be applied towards graduation? This summer, we were able to add to our graduation. Over the summer, there were over 60 students who graduated. And part of it was because they participated in summer, either initial credit or credit recovery. So it is a valuable tool, but it is done not just this way in Greenville County Schools. It's done consistently across the state under our uniform grading policy.
Have we ever looked at those that took credit recovery and those classes needing core classes, and we've put them onto the next class? Did they experience success in that next class? Like if they were in credit recovery in English 3 and they did credit recovery, were they successful in English 4, or did they have to go to credit recovery? Have we ever looked at that?
We've not tracked the students in their subsequent courses. However, we have done, in academics, our data and accountability department did look at our credit recovery and success of our students and the trends along how well the students do, and thereby we base our recommendations for the number of times a student can repeat credit, or our programs that we use to ensure they're successful.
And if they go into credit recovery and decided this isn't for them, can they opt out of it without it showing on their record, or no?
If they begin credit recovery, every attempt is entered on a student's transcript, so that decision is not taken lightly. There's a form that we use similar across the state in which a person registers for credit recovery. That attempt is entered on the transcript.
Thank you,
But it is
Dr.
not
McDaniel.
detrimental if they choose not, if they don't pass it, it doesn't impact their GPA then either.
Right. Thank you, Dr. McDaniel.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Anyone else have any questions? Sorry. Glenda?
I have a question. I really think Greenville County does a good job in this summer reading program, but I'm wondering, what part do our childhood development centers play in getting our students before they get to this point where we have to do reading recovery? Because I'm looking at your statistics and it looks like pupils in poverty is probably one of the #1 factors. So what part do our childhood development centers play?
Because people of poverty is one of our indicators for our 4K program, I'm going to let Dr. Stevens speak to that, as we've modified some of our curriculum recently to help that.
So as you know, our child development centers, our 4K programs in Greenville County currently serve just over 1,800 students, which is approximately 25% of our rising kindergarten class. And we recognize that phonological awareness, phonics, foundational skills is something that is required and critical for a student to become an independent reader. And that is something that we have implemented this year with our 4K teachers through Letters Professional Development for Teachers. It is called LETRS, Letters, and that is a professional development that is strictly based on the skill set and the requirements for a student to become foundationally prepared to read independently. It is the science of reading. It is truly a professional development that focuses on strategies that teachers can use to ensure that students are ready to become proficient readers. Additionally to that, we have embedded a consistent required curriculum for phonics development for all 4K classes. So all 81 of our 4K classes are using the same phonics curriculum for phonics exposure for 4K.
Is there any way we can increase those centers? Dr. Royce?
Say that again, Ms. Morrison-Fair, please.
Is there any way that we can increase the number of our childhood development centers?
Well, we actually have unfilled slots in child development centers now. So we don't, every program, we have how many classes now?
81.
81 classes. We have slots still available. So one of our issues is getting parents in the community to take advantage of those slots. You may also recall that we're working towards basically moving away from those child development centers and relocating pre-K programs into the home-based school. Child development centers, obviously were, I'm sure, a good idea at the time they were implemented, because they provided some other resources that were community-based, a lot of them funded out of Appalachian Regional Council of Governments. All that's gone away now. So the driving reason to have separate locations to provide all these support and umbrella services doesn't really exist anymore. So it's really not to the best advantage of our students to locate them separately, but better to locate them in their assigned school, much more convenient for parents that have a lot of times, obviously, younger children. They have older siblings. They'd put them in the same school. And although the child development centers do try to group these students in classes with students from the same elementary attendance area, that's not always possible. but it will be better to get them in with the students that they will then go to kindergarten with, first grade, second grade, throughout their elementary career. And that would give us the same or more classes than we currently have if we need to populate those classes. But now our challenge is to get people in the community to take advantage of the pre-K opportunities we offer for them. And we provide transportation. That's a shuttle transportation system. We also provide transportation to those locations. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison-Fair. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell has another question.
One more question about the K-4. Do you still have the deadlines where they have to register, or because I have a lot of people that come to me over the summer that have 4-year-olds and they didn't register. Do you take the latecomers now that you have slots?
Yes, so that application process is continuously accepting new applicants.
That's what I want.
And so we encourage everyone to complete that application process. And as we have slots available based on their home-based geocode and their risk factors, we plug students in with the highest risk factors into any available slots that we have in their area.
So do you do that throughout the year
Throughout
since
the
you
year,
have
yes, ma'am.
slots?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And to clarify Dr. Royster's point, we have some areas in Greenville County that are at capacity. We have no available slots in certain areas of Greenville, but in other areas, to his point, we struggle to fill to capacity in some classrooms.
But I thought that the ones that you don't have at capacity, because I've known some people that have had to take their kid all the way across town to a K-4.
And we can offer that, yes.
Okay.
But we can't provide bus transportation for that. So we offer it first primarily in their home-based area because we know that busing transportation is a need for many of our families. But if we cannot offer bus transportation, we let parents know of other availabilities if they want to provide transportation for that child.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell. Ms. Doolin.
I'm a huge fan of the 4K, but my question is about high school.
Yes, ma'am.
For those students seeking initial credit in virtual program over the summer, why do you think that GCS Virtual is having so much more success than Virtual SC?
GCS Virtual and the success rate compared to Virtual SC's success rate, I think in part is due to the contact with teachers. Virtual SC, students who sign up for initial credit, it is an asynchronous program. Students progress through their content almost independently. Whenever they're doing a Virtual SC, there is a teacher of record. There's someone monitoring. That person then will communicate with the student via email, the parent via email, and to the school counselor if the student is, for example, not participating. Some of our students, if you are not working within the first 14 days of your enrollment in Virtual SC, this is throughout the year, you would be withdrawn. And withdrawn for not participating, they have a code they send to us, you withdraw with grace. For the purpose of this, I listed that as incomplete or fail, because if you signed up but did not enter, there's going to be something on your transcript showing you attempted. But I do believe that because in our GCS virtual program, there's a lot of recruitment that takes place for a number of our 8th graders who want to get ahead, Spanish, PE, those are some big ones over the summer for high school credit, and they are required, they use Google Classroom, they have a synchronous involvement, and the teachers work with the students more directly. I assume that is the case. However, there is, I'm sure, a lot of research around success rates otherwise. But the asynchronous versus us offering the opportunities for our teachers to reach out to our students and follow up. The GCS virtual teachers also search, they are not a cadre of teachers that are just virtual only. So for this program, during the summer especially, these are the teachers from all across our high schools. So if I'm taking Spanish over the summer, I may know the Spanish teacher who teaches in my school. So she's looking at my work, she's giving me feedback, and if I'm struggling, there's a purposeful reach from our teachers. And this has been the case. We've had GCS virtual in this way over a number of years, and the success rate has been as high.
Is there a cost for students to participate in virtual school over the summer?
For the GCS virtual, there is a fee, and there is an alternate fee for the pupils in poverty that I can get and share with you what those are. For virtual SC, it is 100% free, but the fee that we charge is also one that we don't want to deter our students from taking the course. So.
Well, if GCS virtual is having such a high success rate, should we consider expanding the courses offered?
That is definitely a consideration, yes, ma'am. There are courses in virtual SC across the entire course code that we can't offer everything. And while our students are using sometimes virtual SC for some of those hard to get into courses, they can do that over the summer and do it away from their traditional course load. So we are definitely considering ways of expanding our virtual reach because it is in our in-house and in our control. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Doolin. Ms. LaVentus Wells.
I find it interesting that there's only 54% success rate on the credit recovery. It sounds like, but yet if they come in person, if they take the initial credit course, there's 96.7% success rate. So looking at the numbers, you only had 30 that failed it or incomplete on the IC virtual, but then you had 323 students.
And please understand that credit recovery is for a student who has not passed the course.
So
Ms. LaVentus Wells, without objection, I'm going to extend, because I have some questions, 10 minutes.
So it just seems like if we know these stats, when we're advising these students, and we don't want them to experience failure again after they've just experienced failure, try to get them into a program that they have more of a chance of success than failure. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
I'm trying to wrap my arms around this, and it's heartbreaking me to see 54% only success rate when they've already experienced failure. So
One thing to consider as well.
yes, sir.
That group at the top, that represents students who reflect a wide range of grade attainment. So that 917 taking initial credit, there's probably a fairly normal, maybe even a little skewed to the A side distribution of students. So you got A, B, C, D students in there.
Yes.
That second line, those are all students who have failed. So even though we're putting them in the same chart, which could be a little bit confusing, it's a very different group of students. So unless we perhaps pulled out the D students in the initial credit and compared them to the next line, it's not a one-to-one comparison.
Well, I understand that. I just still think that that's a high number. I just
Please, no discussion. Thank you.
I just want to understand this because I just have a hard time with students being repeated failures.
And we understand that credit recovery is not for every child. Those are individual decisions, and we do have students in the high schools whose parents will say, I'd rather my child retake the course. But we try to give them every opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lewin-Diswells. Anyone else? I have a few questions. But you good? Okay. So I need to go back to Read to Succeed. Sorry, shifting gears a little bit. I just want to make sure, and I apologize if I asked this question last year because it's a lot of information. So the 245 students that were not met are in the low. There are more students that are not meeting expectations, right? You're saying that within the overall, there's a cut score.
Yes, ma'am.
Within the not met category.
Yes, that's correct.
What is that overall?
Our total number of students who are in the not met category, I can get you that specific number.
Okay, so then focusing on the 245, then we have these good cause exemptions, which in theory I understand, but at the same time, out of the 245, only 70 were required. What happens to these other students that aren't required, because we can technically exempt them, but I feel like we're saying, oh, it's okay because they can't read.
You're exactly right. And so we continue to invite those students to attend camp. We do not require them. We cannot require them as per the legislation, but we do open up slots and invite them to attend camp. But most importantly, we ensure that the supports and the remediations that they have in place are effective, and that they continue to receive those supports either through voluntary participation in summer camp or as they transition into 4th grade.
Okay, so we invite them to participate.
Correct.
And then do we keep data on the ones that choose to participate, where they land at the end of the 4 weeks?
We don't, because once they have a good cause exemption, they are not technically considered Read to Succeed summer camp participants. Then they become voluntary participants, just like our other summer camp participants.
Okay,
so
but we track that data though, right? Like in the voluntary.
Yeah, yes, and so that actually, their data is captured in our overall student performance data that Dr. McDavid shared as part of our student outcomes.
Okay, we're capturing it somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So then, hold on. I understand the decision to retain is a significant one. I've always heard, and I don't know what truth is, that counts against the school district. I don't know whether it counts against us. I don't know how. I've never really asked that question. Do retentions count, like, zing us? Does that make sense? Like, do we look bad if there's a retention?
It doesn't look, there's no penalty like on a report card or state scores. If we retain a student. The penalties, I guess, would come in if the students aren't meeting their goals or they're not growing. That, of course, is going to show out on the report card. But it's not like grad rate where the number of kids that are not graduating, you get penalized for at the high school level. You don't get penalized if you hold back to 15 third graders. There's no penalty on a report card statewide for that.
Okay, so I often hear from parents that would like to retain a student. They get pushback from the district. Is that something, I mean, I know every student's different, but is that?
So we do have a process for that we consider, because as you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of research around retaining students and the damage it does, particularly if the kids get older. So we retain, I don't think we included, we didn't include that chart. There's a chart we have on retentions that we do across the board. What you saw today was the retentions due to Read to Succeed requirements. The retentions that we have across the district, your highest numbers will be in kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and then pretty much up as they go up, those numbers start dwindling. Not that we don't retain in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, we do, but we are very careful about that, and we are making sure that decision to retain is research-based, not necessarily based on maturity or based on other factors sometimes that want to be brought into the conversation.
Okay, and let me just make sure I understood something about Read to Succeed. If you're identified in Read to Succeed eligibility, then you only can participate in ELA remediation.
That is correct.
So do we have students in that population that also need math remediation that we're not able to give that to?
So if they're identified as a Read to Succeed student with required summer attendance, they have to receive 96 hours of ELA instruction only per that legislation. What we do for students who need math remediation is we work with those families as they're transitioning into their next grade level to offer that remediation, to schedule those children for math remediation either through the before or after school programming that we have available, or we also have math interventionists at some locations, and we have an additional math program that we are using to help students remediate in math.
Okay,
But that does occur outside of the Read to Succeed hours.
okay. Going back to going to high school now, Edgenuity. Edgenuity is used, obviously, the high school level. What is used at the middle school level for?
Over the summer, the middle school level uses instruction based on our district curriculum.
Okay, so is that like live teachers?
Live
reviewing
teachers, yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
So are we grouping students together as, like, for example, this group of students needs remediation in math, for
Yes.
example, or this students needs ELA?
Yes, the middle school principals will decide on the students who are coming what they need. They will hire ELA and math teachers accordingly, and they schedule students to rotate to either English, ELA, and or math. Primarily, those are the two subjects we use, but yes, we have live teachers giving live instruction on GCS standards.
Okay. Using curriculum that
we've developed.
Already use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so Edgenuity, going to the high school slide where it has the completion, it seems like we have a high number of students who incomplete or fail if you combine the category of GCS virtual as well as virtual SC. It's like 1,082 if I did my math correctly.
Yes. And I can give you the data and sort out those who did not complete.
Isn't that right there?
And
Incomplete
those
or
who
fail?
completed and failed. So I combined the two.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Are we asking these students why? And the only reason I'm saying that is I have experience with Edgenuity. I'm not a fan for a lot of reasons, but I just say that because I think sometimes it's a little bit hard to navigate. It's hard, the way the program shuts, I don't know if it still does, but it used to shut down if you're trying to work on it at the weekend or whatever, you have no ability to get it turned back on. So I guess I'm just thinking through, I know the challenges I had with it with my own student, who thankfully has now graduated. Sorry. Without exception, 5 minutes most. Okay. But I guess I'm just wondering, when I still see these high numbers, I'm just wondering, are we using, I'm not really slamming the tool, but are we using the right tool? Are we asking the question why these students are not completing or not passing?
We are looking at that, and we will this will be our 4th year using Edgenuity. We use a different tool in the past, and we continuously look at how we are providing the support. One of the things that you expressed was a barrier is actually something we chose to build in, and that is if a student fails, they have to have a teacher to reset it. That keeps the students from, I'll take it one time, I'll write the answers down, I'll take it again and take it again until I master it. We did not want it to be a testing game. We wanted it to be a demonstration of student proficiency. We also require that students take the major assessments in a proctored environment. So if you're taking a unit assessment, if you're using virtual SC, there are no proctors. There's no one live. You take your assessment online and you move forward. And Edgenuity with our high schools, with the supports we have throughout the year, and the computer, with our credit recovery lab managers, and with our teachers, we require you to take those unit assessments in a proctored environment. And so if you have not passed a unit, you don't go to the next unit. Specifically in credit recovery, you don't go to the next unit. So some of the things that you have mentioned are things that we have designed intentionally to make certain that our students are not getting ahead of where they are able to demonstrate proficiency.
Fully understand that. I guess I just think about the logistics of it when you have a student at high school level who might have a job, might need to try to work around, they're trying to get this in, but they're also having to work, help their family, or just they need to work. And if the weekend's the time they've set aside to work on this and they can't get it reset, they're really stuck in the water, and it just becomes almost a
A barrier.
timing situation of, because you have to get it done, like you said, by a certain date. So it's something that I struggle with personally, and I just wondered if that could be contributing to some of the incomplete numbers here. So, okay, last question. I just wanted clarification. Did I understand you to say in your conversation or your response to Ms. Morrison-Fair that the child development centers are using a new phonics-based, science of reading-based curriculum?
We are using
new? Did I
Heggerty.
understand you say that? Okay.
It is new to us. It is a vetted resource. It is Heggerty, which focuses on phonological awareness instruction for students, and then the professional development that accompanies that is I think it is an 8-part course for our teachers, and they are completing that during district-provided professional development time.
Okay, and what is it called again?
Letters,
I did write.
LETRS, and that is actually, we are using the letters for pre-K, but letters for elementary school is a state-recommended professional development platform that our new superintendent of education is a proponent of.
Okay, and so are we adopting that as well for the elementary level, or?
We have 9 schools that are currently participating in letters training for all teachers, kindergarten through 5th grade.
Great. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions? All right, well, this concludes our instruction section, item number 3.01. Dr. Stiles?
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. We appreciate you for chairing instruction. Our next matter of business is administration, and Mr. Sailors will serve as the chair of the administration section. Mr. Sailors, I will turn this section over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item of business in order in the administration portion is item 4.01, Advocacy Committee Letter. The Advocacy Committee is bringing to the Committee of the Whole for your consideration and requested approval a letter from the school board to the Greenville County Planning Commission related to some traffic concerns connected to a potential development across from Ralph Chandler Middle School. You have the information related to the background and the data from Greenville County Planning Commission and board docs. At this time, there is a recommended motion coming from the Advocacy Committee to approve the letter to Greenville County Planning Commission regarding the proposed development across from Ralph Chandler Middle School. Coming from the committee does not require a second. Is there any discussion or any questions? Ms. Brett?
I've had quite a few people contact me about this development, and I just want to express my appreciation to you guys for bringing this up at the Advocacy Committee. I appreciate it, and my constituents appreciate it. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries and it is approved. It'll move forward to the board meeting next week for approval, and then Madam Chairman can send it to the commission accordingly. Our next item of business in order is item 4.02, the report of the committee related to diversity, equity, inclusion, stakeholder team report. For your information before we start, since this is such a lengthy report, we're going to break up the Q&A into 4 different areas. So once the committee presents section 1, we'll take questions under HR. Then sections 2 and 3, which are culture and discipline, at the conclusion of those 2 sections, we'll take questions. At the conclusion of section 4, which is student assignments, we will pause for questions. And then at the conclusion of the report for section 5, under procurement, we'll take questions there. We thought it would be fairer for members of the board to be able to ask questions without having to back up after 80 minutes of a presentation. So without objection, we'll move forward in that manner. And Dr. Royster?
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Just briefly as background before Mr. Johnson presents, and we also provide the administration's response. This effort is based on the passing of a board policy in May of 2021 Work began on that policy prior to the May 25th board meeting, went to the committee of the whole that month and was adopted the 25th. And that policy states the commitment of the school district to embrace diversity and inclusion, leading to mutual respect and the breaking down of barriers, to ensure equitable and high-quality educational opportunities that evolve and change to reflect the world around us, to maintain a safe and inviting environment where students are engaged in learning. To achieve our purpose, and in alignment with these stated beliefs, the board is committed to developing each student to their greatest potential and to advancing equity, which for the purposes of this policy means that every student is provided the opportunities and supports to maximize educational attainment and social emotional well-being. And I'll skip through the rest of the paragraphs, but the final paragraph directs that the superintendent shall provide additional detail and actions to promote equity and opportunity in furtherance of this policy. In response to that charge from the policy, we convened a group of individuals to provide us input into all of our policies that we might ensure that we are aligned with those objectives. We're fortunate. I asked Mr. Herb Johnson. Many of you know Herb. For those of you who don't, briefly by introduction, and there's a copy of his bio in the board docs. Herb's had a decades-long and very successful career in the manufacturing sector, including significant corporate-level leadership positions at Michelin North America, having also served as that company's chief diversity and inclusion officer, a member of the company's International Diversity Council. He's also served as a keynote speaker and panelist across the United States, espousing his belief and commitment that diversity and inclusion is not only a learning opportunity, but a strategic advantage. And I believe strategic advantage there meaning both for that individual, but most importantly for the corporate structure that he was helping to lead and represent. Now, we won't hold this next part against him. He has a bachelor's degree from The Ohio State University.
OH.
Though I've tried to encourage him to support the Tigers. He is and has been very heavily involved in the community in Greenville. That's why I say probably a lot of people sitting in this audience know Herb Johnson from his work, United Way, the Greenville Chamber, the Heart Association, South Carolina Educational Television, the Greenville Free Medical Clinic, Urban League, United Ministry, and a Child's Haven. He has also been very attuned and supportive of public education, not just in his role as an executive with Michelin North America, but as his role as a citizen in the community and as a parent and as a spouse of an educator. He has an excellent ability to bring people together, to lead them and help them to develop a harmonious working relationship, to sometimes tackle very difficult subjects and issues. So that's a little bit of the history about what brought us here today. And again, we were most fortunate that Herb agreed to facilitate this process for us. And he's going to talk in just a few minutes a little bit more about the process and the representative group that participated in it. But one note I'd like to add before we begin is anytime you use a phrase that's commonly heard, diversity, equity, and inclusion has become a commonly heard phrase. It produces, probably in the mind of everybody sitting in this room, a picture. That picture may be very different for each of you. Some of you perhaps share a common picture of that. What emerged from this group we worked with was a relatively common picture of that, though every participant at every meeting did not agree on every point. But out of that conflict and disagreement that was at every time and at every moment conducted in the way it should have been, in a civilized and respectful manner to one another. I believe we have emerged with a strong document. What this does not do is it does not lessen in any way the standards of academic or behavioral expectations for our students. It does provide recommendations regarding assistance, support, and strategies to push all students to the highest level of achievement possible for them in an environment of ever-increasing rigor. It establishes no quotas, no lesser standards of expectation, but it does provide support and assistance. For people to move through, over, or around the barriers, to provide the opportunity for, and these terms were extremely important to us throughout this process and throughout everything we do every day. All students, every student, and each student. No specially identified group. Every individual is special to the conduct of the work of the school district. But it provides support as needed to move through, over, or around barriers, to provide the opportunity for each student, every student, and all students to reach their fullest potential. As I mentioned earlier, there are no quotas, no lessening of standards, and no guarantee provided to anyone other than we will provide every means of support, assistance, and tools to facilitate individual, genuine attainment and to help provide the greatest opportunity for success for each one of our students. So at this time, I'll turn this over to Mr. Johnson and ask him to give you the background, the recommendations, the look-fors from that group, and then I will, at appropriate times as he concludes each section, provide the administration's response to that section. Herb?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Royster. I don't know who wrote that introduction, but it's not what I gave you. And thank you for setting this up. I think you did a marvelous job of why we took on this project. So you can see here on the first slide, why did we do this work? It was a shared commitment to ensure that each student, regardless of their background, has access to an excellent and equitable education. The ongoing challenge to resolve disparities in the development, performance, and attainment of our children. Our collective responsibility to prepare all students with the knowledge, the proficiency, and interpersonal skills outlined in the profile of the South Carolina graduate. So who is this team, this stakeholder team for DEI? It's a broadly representative group of 37 leaders from businesses, nonprofits, community organizations, most importantly, parents, Greenville County Schools leadership, and educators. It's important to note here that every high school attendance area was represented in the group, and it reflects the demographic spectrum of our district. And we were all invited by the superintendent to serve. And I might add here, I'm supposed to do thank yous at the end, but I want to say thank you to Dr. Royster for his vision, and then also for his inclusivity in realizing that educators all, for the most part, think the same way. But he knew the importance of including the community and coming up with strategies and recommendations to solve some of the disparities that we have in our school district. And I might also add here, I've gotten totally off script, but that's okay. Our Greenville County school system is not broken. We are not starting from zero when we started on this work 2 years ago. We saw a willingness from from the school district, from the leadership team to open up their books and share information with us that typically is not shared in the public setting. So I wanted to go off script and say that, and identifying who we were as a committee. So what were we asked to do? We were asked to review the major systems, policies, and practices in the Greenville County Schools, analyze the current alignment of these practices to the board policy, ACB, and then to come up with recommendations to foster a more inclusive and equitable education environment for all of our students. So what's covered in this report? We had 5 focus areas that we focused on. The first was human resources, next student achievement, then safety, school culture and discipline, student assignment, and then the procurement and vendor selection process. So how do we approach this work? We established working definitions of diversity, equity, inclusion, which I'll share in a moment. We examined current practices, identified the strengths and challenges that we saw, the results of the current approach, observations and experiences, not just from the district leadership, but from middle and high school students, support personnel, and then team members of the district. Then we conducted a root cause analysis to discern high leverage actions that could make a difference. And then we developed our recommendations. So what do we mean by diversity, equity, and inclusion? And as Dr. Royster said, we all have our own ideas of what that means. And because we were a very, very diverse group, it was important that we come to consensus as a group of 37 people of what we meant by diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I can tell you, this took a meeting, one whole meeting, to resolve this, to come up with definitions that everybody could live with. So for diversity, it's the recognition, understanding, and appreciation of our visible and invisible differences and commonalities. What do we mean by equity? It's providing access, opportunity, and appropriate support to maximize the potential of each student or employee. Inclusion is the intentional involvement of everyone to create and sustain a community of diverse individuals who are welcomed, valued, and therefore they will be engaged. So what guided this work? All deliberations were guided by the commitments in Greenville County Schools Board Policy, ACB, we've already referenced that, to develop each student to their greatest potential and to advance equity, meaning that every student is provided the opportunities and supports to maximize educational attainment and social, emotional well-being. The equitable educational opportunities must be afforded to each student regardless of his or her race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, English learner status, disability, and/or other characteristics. I'm going to pause here for a moment and ask a question to the audience. How many of us had the opportunity to pick our parents? Seeing no hands, and I was going to be really surprised if I did. Seeing no hands, though, very, very, very seriously. Many of our students in the Greenville County Schools are in situations not because of anything they've done. The children living in poverty, the children with disabilities, none of this is to their own doing. But yet many of those students have the same potential that our children had and our grandchildren have as well. They just don't have the support, they don't have the opportunity and the awareness. That's why equity is so important. That's why it's so important. All right, Dr. Royster, I'm going to try to stay on script here. Can't promise anything. So what is in this report? And I know many of you have already seen it. Relevant guidance from the board policy, the vision of the stakeholder team supporting the mission of Greenville County Schools, systems and processes reviewed, the current state revealed in data and stakeholder input. We've identified strengths to build on, challenges that that cannot be resolved by district alone, recommendations and indicators of progress. The full DEI stakeholder report, as I said, is available on board docs. So who do we serve? There's 76,974 students enrolled in 2021 and 2022. 51% white, 22% African American, and 17% Hispanic, with a smaller portion from other racial and ethnic groups. Very important data point. 59% of all students classified as pupils in poverty. 42% of that 59% are white students, 78% are Hispanic, and 84% of African American students are classified as pupils in poverty. The records show 18% of all students are multilingual learners, 76% of them are pupils in poverty, 16% are students with disabilities. Of those, 80% are pupils in poverty, and 64% are male, 46% are white, 32% are African American, and 14% Hispanic. 18% of students are identified as gifted and talented. 33% of them are pupils in poverty, 75% white, 8% African American, and 7% Hispanic. We want each of you to understand, We want each of you to understand that though many of these measures in this report involve a comparison of socioeconomic and racial groups, our charge and our firm commitment is to ensure each and every individual student has the opportunity and support to reach their maximum potential. We stand by this district as they take steps. I knew I should have brought my own computer. We stand by this district as they take steps to refine current efforts and consider improvements to sustain a culture affirming all the belonging, talents, and contributions of all students, employees, and families, and to eliminate those barriers for individuals and currently underrepresented groups. So our first focus area was human resources. And here's what the committee reviewed: recruitment and selection, strategies and challenges to hiring diverse candidates, various routes to certification, early career support and retention, skill advancement and coaching, leadership preparation, selection, and support. Workforce diversity in 2022 and 2023, as compared with student enrollment, show African American and Hispanic teachers are underrepresented by 15% or more. This applies to all categories of Hispanic employees. Racial diversity among district administration and managers was 18%. The current state and fall of 2022, 69.1% of new instructional employees were experienced educators. Diversity of hires increased to 19.5% of teachers and 14.5% overall. 88.2% of all instructional professionals are white. 30% of alternative pathway hires were diverse. GCS teacher retention rate is 88%. Data shows 56% of all exiting teachers did so in the first 5 years of their employment. Hiring and retention of operational employees faces a competitive market outside of the district. Here are some of the strengths that we identified. Strong staff and systems to recruit, select, and support employees. Teacher pipeline initiatives and robust recruiting that includes historically Black colleges and universities, diverse leaders in schools and within the HR department, stakeholder feedback to improve engagement and retention. The GATE program prepares needed and diverse teachers with a high retention rate, professional growth and leadership opportunities for teaching and non-teaching personnel, pipeline development of strong candidates for administrative roles, a principal selection through a multi-level and transparent process involving school staff as well as community stakeholders. Challenges we identified. There's difficulty filling positions and finding diverse teacher candidates from a dwindling pool, and there's a 33% decline in teacher preparation enrollment, with 17% from underrepresented groups, and that came from research we saw in Education Week. Early career teacher turnover. The national forecast of continuing high rates of teachers leaving in their first 5 years. We already talked about that. Difficulty in finding and retaining teachers in schools with innate challenges. A need for better appreciation and respect for the profession of teaching. Finding and retaining bus drivers and building services personnel as well. The 2022 National Survey of 198 superintendents shows the greatest hiring and retention challenges are for special education staff and teachers in high-need schools. Recommendations. Improve community perception and appreciation. Improve stability at high-need schools. Cultivate a pipeline of students to work and teach in Greenville County schools. Support degree attainment and certification, and then further recruit candidates outside teacher prep programs. More recommendations. Lessen the conditions contributing to burnout and fatigue for our teachers. Reduce or eliminate challenges to support talented employees to become certified teachers. We need to improve the working conditions, reduce the burdens on existing staff, reduce the hours and duties that do not directly benefit our students, reduce or mitigate the increases in schools' responsibilities. Our teachers are just that, teachers, not parents. They're not raising our students. More recommendations. We need to increase the pay of our teachers. Increase appreciation to evaluate respect for educators. Increase the focus on employee wellness to impact physical, emotional, and mental health. Recruit and engage additional parents and community members with a focus on diversity to support teachers and students. It takes a village, not just for our students, but for our teachers as well. So what will success look like? In the short term, diversity in schools, particularly teachers, leaders, and volunteers will increasingly reflect the demographics of our community. The ratio of employee relations staff to employees will be adequate to meet the need. Increased volunteer support and lessen routine tasks will increase time teachers and administrators engage with our students. Expanding the GRADE program and recruitment will attract more diverse candidates. More progress indicators. Teacher and staff satisfaction with work-life balance and job satisfaction will increase. Students will identify the talents and contributions of adults like those in their own communities. Intentional outreach will demonstrate that families from all walks of life are welcome and valued in Greenville County Schools. Volunteer records will indicate increased service and greater diversity of participants. Dr. Royster?
Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Greenville County Schools is committed to employing high-quality personnel and a diverse workforce that's representative of our community. We'll continue to leverage community partnerships to improve the perception and appreciation for the profession. Prioritize, and I should mention at that point, to continue to prioritize teacher compensation and increase retention and recruitment. Cultivate a pipeline of students to become educators. Offer tuition support and alternative pathways for degree attainment and/or certification. Also see a note here at the bottom that's very important to this strategy and almost every other one of the sections in this report. Through the strategic plan, we will consider recommendations, the preceding recommendations, and find ways to advance diversity, improve recruitment and retention, and provide intentional support to high-need schools. We started at the outset of this and described to you a very small but very representative group of individuals that came together to prepare these recommendations. The strategic planning process includes a much larger group of equivalently diverse and representative individuals that engage with the district to provide ultimately to the Board of Trustees a strategic plan for their consideration, revision, and ultimately approval to guide the direction of the school district for the next 5 years. So many of these items we will take through in their entirety along with all those recommendations through the strategic planning process to gather additional input, offer the opportunity for different insights from a larger, though different but representative group, and the opportunity for that group to interact with staff throughout the levels of district leadership to come forward with proposals or recommendations to be specifically addressed in the strategic planning process. But again, this reaffirms to us the commitment we already have to enhance the profession, to draw more people into the profession, and for our professionals to be able to focus on the individual improvement and attainment of the students assigned to them as teachers within their building, for our leadership, and for the rest of our employees, the work that they spend their entire work life supporting. Mr. Johnson? I believe questions?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation for the HR portion. Are there any questions? Yeah. I haven't. We're just going to, no, let's just roll with it. Okay. Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell.
Thank you for this, this report. It was 2 years in the making. I know it was supposed to be 18 months, but I'm glad to see that it has finally come to us. I wanted to ask about I know when we were doing the strategic plan that, what was that survey that the teachers take?
Well, they actually take two. One of them, the more comprehensive one, is the Upbeat survey that the district generates. There's also a State Department of Education survey that's part of the report card process.
On the Upbeat survey, the the top things that the teachers and the staff said was I think it was work life and support, work-life balance and job satisfaction. What would that look like? I'm trying to figure out what would it look like for us to address this, which was the top thing on their thing about not being satisfied.
Well, I think there are multiple aspects to work-life balance. One of which would be, as was addressed in these recommendations, would be trying to reduce, to the degree possible, the requirements outside of actually instructing students. That's, I guess, to put it in an example form, the ultimate of that is a college professor, all they do is provide instruction and perhaps some answering of questions individually to students outside of class. They're not tasked with all the other responsibilities other than teaching students, providing a grade for them. There are responsibilities, obviously, as we all know, when you're in pre-K to 12, outside of simply providing instruction.
Right.
So the idea there is to minimize those responsibilities to the degree possible, to provide unencumbered planning time to the degree possible, realizing there are other things sometimes that have to be accomplished, and there's work that principals have to do with teachers so that everyone's operating on the same page, so to speak. Those kinds of things, generally relating to working conditions. The other part of that factor has to do with how people make choices to balance their work-life balance and to work with individuals on how they may choose to engage their time or spend their time. To give an example, I've talked to a couple of groups recently about the need to focus on those things which we can control and the need not to engage unnecessarily in time with worry, concern over issues over which we don't have control, so that we've focused our efforts in the things that will produce the greatest results for our students. That goes directly to balancing work and life. Now, we always certainly want to be concerned and evidence concerned about things outside the walls of the classroom that affect our students, but we are most productive in helping those students when we can focus on the things that are within our control inside the classroom to advance them.
Of course, we know, those of us that's been in education know that this is not a bird career, and that, you have to do those lesson plans to plan for the next week. And sometimes it's outside of being in the building. You have on here that we have a teacher retention rate of 88%. Is that correct?
Well, that came from our HR folks. The concerning retention
That's
in
still
there is
correct?
inside the 5-year window. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With the GATE program, I see right here where it says further recruit high-quality candidates who are not education majors. What are the specifics of getting in the GATE program when you have somebody coming from the business community that wants to get in the program, but they are being told that they didn't have the right undergraduate degree? So you're saying not education majors. So are you going to take all majors, or is that, I think Karen probably would know, what are the specifics? Because I've had some people come to me that have tried to get in the GATE program, but they are told that they don't have the right undergraduate degree to get in it.
Depending on the GATE certification you're seeking, or the certification, it's very individualized. An elementary education GATE teacher may come from a broad range of original degree programs.
Right.
A math GATE teacher needs to come with a math degree, an accounting degree, something that is related to the area of math, maybe a little bit of physics or science. So there are a lot of ways to get there, but it is an individualized review of every transcript for every applicant to become GATE eligible. There are GPAs.
So they can become GATE eligible?
Yes. Many, it depends on what you have. A special educator might be a psychology major, might be a sociology major, but they have to look at the entire transcript to see what is there that is transferable. And many times it's about the other experiences they have. We have, in the last 2 hiring seasons, brought in 43 special educators, or who will become special educators. And many of them have come from our classrooms in instructional aid roles. And so that experience in the aid role also supports their eligibility to become GATE in special education.
So this previous GATE, how many GATE classes do you have in a year, or is it just one per year? And you had 40-something that came out of that last class?
We had 23 last year hired to be special educators, and 21 this year hired to be special educators. We operate in cohorts. So last year's cohorts had 70 GATE teachers. This year's cohort has 99. And among them, those folks are there.
But all of those are not special education?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. Math, science, English, virtually many areas now.
Most of the GATE class, so to speak, has to do with classroom management, instructional strategy, because they come with a background in a discipline to be knowledgeable enough to teach. It becomes, how do you go about teaching? How do you manage the classroom? How do you manage classroom discipline? And it's actually a 2-year program, but they begin
That's what I was
work
getting ready to ask. Is
in
it
the
one
fall
versus-
of the year that they enter.
Is that comparable to the PACE program through the state, or ours is a little more advanced?
Ours
What we
is a little
need.
more rigorous and supportive from the standpoint of, one, it's 2 years, and we provide coaching or mentoring with a veteran master teacher for that 2-year period. They also have the cohort that they're in that are locally available to them, which wouldn't be true of PACE. Those are probably the 3 things that set it apart. The other thing we have to always keep in mind is we operate GATE with the approval of the State Department of Education. So the entrance requirements are governed by the State Department. Now, they allow us to submit to them for consideration, like Ms. Kapp explained, with people who'd served as an aide in a special ed classroom. They will sometimes consider alternatives to degree preparation, but it requires their approval. Because again, we were the first in the state to operate a district level teacher conversion to teaching program. There, I think, maybe a couple more now in the state. Ours is the largest, and it covers the most subject areas. So we actually have to get permission and approval to add a subject area. We started with maybe 3 areas, Karen?
Started with 2.
Two areas.
How many subject areas do we have now?
I can read them all faster than I can count them. So English, all core, English, math, science, social studies, business ed, elementary ed, special education, early childhood, yes, as well, and foreign language, yes.
So if,
that is all of them today.
So if they have, like, say for instance, they have a sports management degree, but they've been in business, can they go into the business degree part for a GATE?
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's all going to depend on what that transcript shows. But we have people who are who have been in some form of a business degree who have become business education teachers. But it would depend, it fully depends on that transcript and other experiences that they have. The person you just described sounds like somebody needs to have that transcript looked at because it sounds like a possibility. But I can't answer that.
Okay. I tell them to get in touch with you.
Thank you.
On the chart on the workforce diversity, have we compared this to previous years in Greenville County District? Are we going down or up in the different subgroups that we employ? Because I know this is April 2023. I know, we usually compare like going back years to see if we are doing better or worse. If the percentages, these percentages on here look bleak to me. If we are going down with the diversity in our workforce, are we going up? Did we compare? Did you compare? Or we just looking at right now what we have? Because I want to know if we're doing better or worse.
Yes, we compare. It's not included in here. We can send you those tables. We track it over the years.
Okay.
Generally, we do that in a report, and I think some of that was in the employment report that we did at the committee of the whole
I looked at
last
the
month.
December 2022 report that you had given. I did go back and look at that, but it wasn't telling me.
The two things
too
that we
much.
have to look at in context of that is how do we compare with ourselves in past years?
Yeah.
We also have to look at how do we compare with the market?
Right.
Because we are operating now, all of
Yeah.
school districts are operating in a market where there are fewer individuals going into
education.
four-year teaching programs, and within the fewer number of teachers as a whole, or going into individuals going into teaching as a whole, the percentage of minorities within that number is shrinking at probably a slightly disproportionate rate, a little greater rate.
But you also,
So we look at both of those things.
I know you look at who's going into the education, but when I was in Furman Fellows and I had to do a report, I did teacher prep versus hiring practices. We also need to look at the hiring practices in the schools, the ones that are hiring, to make sure that they are hiring a diverse population, so that the students see. We have a very diverse population here in Greenville County, and students need to see somebody that looks like them, at least in the school. But that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Salas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Cochran.
Herb.
Thank you. If we could go to slide 19 for a moment at the top of slide 19.
These don't have any numbers.
Maybe it's slightly different on my computer. Maybe if we could,
What's the title of the one you want to
the title is Progress Indicators. Thank you. When I look at the first bullet there, and I know it's kind of been compacted together from what was in the report. I think it was in a couple of different bullets, but on page 7 of the original report, where it was broken down into two parts, just to break it down a little bit, it says diversity in school buildings, particularly among teachers, will increasingly reflect the demographics of the community. Now, when I read that, to me, that says basically, if we have a school that is 80%, the demographics are 80% white, then we should have 80% white teachers. We're increasingly working towards that goal. If we have a school that the demographics are 80% black, then for the students, then we should be working towards the goal of having 80% black teachers where it increasingly reflects the demographics of the community. And with that in mind, respectfully, this just seems like promoting racism to me, to say that this teacher, if I wanted to apply to a certain school, that based on the demographics of the school, I might be turned away from that opportunity, or someone else would be turned away from their opportunity to teach at a school that they were applying to simply based on the color of their skin, because we have a goal that we are looking at and pushing to where we want to match up the percentages of diversity. So I was just wondering if you could address that for me.
Well, I think Mrs. Goodwin Carlisle stated it best. Students in a school want to see someone who looks like them. And I think that's the point that we're trying to make here. If you're at a school that's 80% black and all the teachers are white, that's not a good situation for those young people.
Yeah, I guess I think just naturally, I think a lot of that's going to take care of itself.
The problem is it hasn't taken care of itself.
Well, I don't know, do we have a single school in Greenville County that does not have black teachers, white teachers? Do we have any of those anywhere?
Yes.
What are those schools, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, commentary from the audience needs to stop.
I think I might be best to answer that question. The answer to that is, in fact, we do. The administration takes from this no implication that we should establish a quota for any percentage of any kind of teacher anywhere. This administration, nor the one preceding this administration, I can't speak for any beyond that, but I've been here through two now, has never provided a directive to employ a person from a particular ethnicity for a job. What we have instructed individuals to do is be considerate of the diversity of the faculty, so that every student has the opportunity to see someone like themselves in that school in a role of teacher or principal or counselor or assistant principal, coach. The first directive we give to principals is to hire the best qualified individual for a job. If qualities are equivalent, then you need to look at other factors. We would never issue a directive to anyone to reach X% of any representation to reflect a particular quota. Because to your point, that would be wrong in trying to address some past discrimination with current or future discrimination. And that's not the intention of this administration, nor do I take it was the intention of this committee. It was not the discussion. The discussion was all about should look more like. Well, that certainly doesn't mean a school that has zero minority faculty when they have minorities in the school. And it certainly is not a quest to move other ethnicities in other schools either. So I think that becomes one of the issues, that people carry their own perception about what these words might mean. And it's important that we provide a very accurate and specific response to eliminate what someone might take from it without having the benefit of that knowledge.
Yeah, I think as far as my basic question about this short-term indicator is when it says increasingly reflect. Now again, increasingly reflect to me means that we're on a constant quest. And I understand what you said about not having quotas, but that's kind of what this implies to me. We're on a constant quest to make it increasingly reflect the demographics of the community, when, as you said, I 100% agree that we should be, our primary focus should be on the best candidate for that position. Thank you. Yes, okay, thanks.
Mrs. Morrison Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. My question centers around what makes Greenville County different if I were to go on the road with elevator speech, because we are looking at a pool that's getting smaller and smaller for educators. And Greenville County does a lot. We have the GATE program, and we have Grow Our Own Teachers, Teacher Cadets, and those are good programs. But do we have anything that pretty much makes Greenville County stand out, that we would be able to attract the best of the best for the students in Greenville County? And that may include, that would also include the question that was just asked about making sure students have people who have similar cultural cultural similarities. I think that makes a big difference regardless of the color of your skin. So do we have anything, are we developing that magic or silver bullet where we can say, come to Greenville County, this is an experience like no other experience for educators in America?
I think there are multiple answers to that. One of the first things we talk to people about is, well, having chosen this profession, you want to be as well compensated as you could possibly be. So with the action of this body this past year, I believe it's safe to say we've retained in a top 5 status of pay in the state. I believe we're number 4, starting pay, average teacher pay, and we're maybe even inside number 4 in highest teacher pay. We now have teachers with doctorate and 34 years experience who make over $100,000 a year. So you'd be well compensated here. Unlike other school districts, in fact, somewhat unique, there's 14,000 school districts in America. There are very few of those 14,000 that have a rural, urban, and suburban population that they serve. So no matter what type of community you want to work in, we have a representative community, if that's urban, suburban, or rural. We have posted great academic attainment and improvement over the last several years. You know, one of the big things now, and this is nationwide, it's not just in South Carolina, is college and career readiness. And we've translated that to us through students graduating and have college credit or an industry certification. You haven't seen this number yet, but you'll see it at the breakfast, I guess the first superintendent's breakfast Thursday. I believe we're now at 75% of our graduates have one or the other or both. So there are attributes that we have that others may not have. We have very supportive community. It's a great place to live. There are all kinds of things I think that we can use, hard to give it in a 2-minute speech, but in a 5 or 10 minutes to say, these would be reasons to come here. One of the things that we hear feedback from our teachers about in a very positive way, from ones who have been other places, is the amount of support and staff development they have to better hone their skills. That is not the case in every school district. So those are the kinds of things we want to talk with people about. And I think one of the reasons, and pay being very important in this, but I think those are reasons why our new hires every year outnumber our first-year hires. If you look at the number of teachers we hire every year, Morgan, about 1/3 first year and 2/3 experienced.
I would say that's accurate, sir.
So for new to our district, we're hiring over half are experienced teachers. Some we're getting from our neighbors because our compensation, particularly for experienced teachers, may be $7,000, $8,000 a year more. Of course, we're getting the benefit of people moving into our community too. But when you move in here, just like any other industry in the upstate, you can live in any of about 4 or 5 counties and commute to where you'd like to work. And it's a relatively, if any commute now in and around Greenville's easy, it's about the same level of ease to move back and forth between school districts it would be to move between other large employers in our community. So I think we are doing well with attracting experienced teachers. And obviously we certainly want first-year teachers and new hires. We particularly want those that did their student teaching and interned within our district. We also want to make sure that we get experienced, again, going back, experienced quality teachers. Because the two most important factors governing student achievement are quality teacher in the classroom and a quality principal in the building.
Thank you, Doc. I have one more question. I was very pleased to see the number of people that we hired this year from outside of the country. Could you speak to that program, please, and what that number was?
I don't have the number. Ms. Clements has it. I think it might have been in that hiring report, but we'll make sure that we get it to you. We have certainly received some quality teachers from outside the country. It's not our first go-to. We prefer to hire within the country, but we have openings that we would not be able to fill where we're not able to utilize those individuals. You may recall that in the budget, we asked you all to approve a position for a person to help with their transition and coordinate it has more to do with adapting to a new community, culture, and way of living to help to make them more successful. We find them to be very well qualified in content, where they seem to have some difficulties in assimilating is within, obviously you're in a whole different country. We do things differently. You know, in the United States, you move from state to state and people do things differently and have local customs, and to help them with that part of it. And then to help them work with and manage students here, which sometimes is very often different from their experience managing students in the country where they taught previously. Because most of these are experienced teachers. They're not just coming here and this is their first teaching. They're experienced teachers from other countries. Julie.
Thanks. I have some questions about increasing pay, since that's a recommendation. Data shows 56% of all exiting teachers did so within the first 5 years of employment. Did the committee talk about the pay for teachers in their first 5 years? Did that come up at all?
We did talk about pay, yes.
So the difference in pay between a first-year teacher and a fifth-year teacher is $284 a year. It takes 8 years to make $1,000 more in your salary than you did on your first year. And I don't think it's surprising. I mean, I'm one of them. I left within my first 5 years of teaching because my administrator offered me a 25-cent raise. So I took a different job. So I get it. I think I absolutely agree. Pay needs to increase. But even if my colleagues decided to raise taxes the very most that they could for years and years, we would never make enough to even pay. We could never raise taxes enough to pay teachers $1,000 a year as a salary increase on the pay schedule. Because Ms. Stack is here. I would guess it's around 250 or $300 million that it would cost to give every teacher $1,000 raise every year.
Well, your actual approved raise this year was $2,020, right at $2,600. And we've consistently raised pay probably more than $1,000 for several years now. The other thing you have to look at when you look at the salary schedule, because it's a little bit deceiving when you look at it 0 to 5, as you noted, very small increase. But what you have to look at is what did that teacher make when they entered at year 0? So if you're looking at year 5 now, that teacher probably made $40,000 their first year, and they now make how much? So they're actually making $7,000 more than they made in their first year. And that would be sequentially true for each of those steps. So while if you look back, the person with one less year experience than you is making just slightly less than you did, for the person that moved up, you're making that $2,600 more than you made the year before, which is to your point earlier, that's really the way we've been able to, within our means, get entry-level salaries up as much as we can get them up.
I do understand that. Without approving a separate raise, if we just stuck to the salary schedule, the raises are $12 and $16. So I feel like if I was teaching, if it was my second year of teaching and I only made $16 more per year than someone who had a year less experience than me, I mean, where is the motivation to stick around for $16?
Well, I would agree with that, but the solution is you're going to have to increase every step on that whole schedule significantly.
Yes, sir.
To address that.
Yes, that's right. That's what I think would cost hundreds of millions of dollars.
It would cost significantly.
And
we have done what we believed was within our ability to do and recommended to you things that required a more conservative, although an increase in millage, but certainly a conservative increase in millage, because on the other side of that, the people out in the community are having to pay that.
So did y'all talk about what kind of pay increases you thought would be meaningful?
No, we did not get into the specifics of the numbers of that, but we just knew that teacher pay needed to increase. But we did not get into the specifics in terms of numbers.
And for teacher pay to increase significantly, taxes, I mean, there has to be a funding source as taxes for us. And raising taxes hurts the community, hurts certain communities more than others. So where do we find that balance?
I don't have the answer to that question.
All right, that's okay. Thank you.
Any other questions related to the human resources component? Oh, Linda.
So, I think a couple of questions have really resonated with me. I think Herb, your perception of 80% in a school and what Dr. Royster stated, his perception, are a little different in what we're thinking. And that's why I want to clarify when we put something in writing and we say 80% in this school need to be of a certain whatever. And then when Dr. Royster stated, we want to reach that, but we also want to hire the best for the school. Well, if you read this one way and it's in your mindset, and Jeff reads it one way and it's his mindset, what we have to do is we have to clarify it and we have to have an understanding up front. Now, with that being said, I will tell you, it's very difficult to hire I mean, just like Ms. Doolin just stated, the disparity, I think that's the right word, in the salaries between a first year and a 5-year is tremendous. When you think you're only going to get this much of a pay raise, of course you'll get a cost of living and so forth. That makes it very difficult, and it would take millions and millions to get that right. But I remember being, when I was in education, and I would be hiring, and I would offer, I mean, I would find a great candidate. And because of the color of your skin, you can make a lot more money, as he and many have told me. Linda, I love teaching, but I can make so much. I've just been offered this at Michelin, or I've just been offered this wherever. And it's hard to compete when the market is so favorable for someone that can go to a different position and make so much more money, and we cannot match that. So when you look at the percentage of blacks in the U.S. are about 12.5%. And when you look at the principals in Greenville County, we're at 30%. Well, I think that speaks volumes, because we are very competitive, and we do want to do what's best for our students in all areas, whether it's the percentages in schools or it's student achievement, or whatever we're looking at, we want the best and the brightest and the ones. I mean, what Clemson has Mr. Call me Mr. And I went to that when it was at the Peace Center, and we had all of these people come and speak about hiring minorities. I was like, yeah, let's do this. Let's start working with these children in younger ages and build our marketing and establish credibility in the education field, where these students will want to continue to replicate what they learned from their teachers in school. And I think I feel Greenville County Schools District do a great job marketing and going all over. Sometimes I question, why are you going, how many teachers are we getting from, this state that's on the other side of the world? But I know we're looking at, if we can get 2 or 3 from somewhere else, it's worth it. But I also I don't want to hire just to hire. I want to hire the best for our students, because they deserve the best. They do not deserve an adequate education. They deserve a great education. And I just don't want to fill a position just to fill a position. I want to fill a position with a great educator who cares about all students. I'm just going to tell you, my children loved teachers that were great. And I mean, it did not matter where they came from, what their background was. They cared about, do you care about me? How are you helping me? And help me educate, get the best education so I can be productive in my life. And it has been a very diversified group of people that my children have had. And they have ranged from all areas, from Bob Jones University to Clemson. I'm sorry, that's a joke with Dr. Royster. He thinks everybody should graduate from Clemson. But South Carolina State, it did not matter. We had we have great people that do great things. So with that being said, my question is just the clarity that we're going to put in this study.
I think the clarity would be that which we have already given over the years and would continue to do so. While we want a diverse faculty and staff, we're not establishing any quota, nor do we intend to. But we do intend for our principals and our department heads to be aware that their employment should reflect the diversity of our community, and that the first directive they are all given is to find the best person for the job. Now, while there might be lack of clarity among some in the room, or people listening to this, or people sitting out in our crowd, I don't think there's a lack of clarity to the principals, the directors, and the assistant superintendents in this district that do the hiring. They know what the expectation is, and it does not have a number or a percentage attached to it, other than we want 100% the best quality people we can get.
And if I could just speak for the committee, for our stakeholder team, and maybe it doesn't say it here, but I can promise you that to a person, we all assumed and agreed, whatever the topic, we're talking about hiring the absolute best. No different than Michelin or any other entity. We always want to hire the best. And you had commented about pay and not being able to pay what, you used the term Michelin. It's a competitive market regardless of what profession we're talking about. And there's always going to be somebody that pays more. That's just the nature of the beast. We have lost a lot of good qualified people because they were able to go and get a better offer. That's just the reality of it. But to be clear, Dr. Royster and I, we're not juxtaposed on this. Yes, we think it's important that students that look like me see somebody that looks like me in the classroom. Does that mean 100% it has to be that way? We were not suggesting that. We were not suggesting that. And in none of our deliberations did we ever talk about quotas. That word never came up. I can assure you of that.
I'm just going to use an example. When I coached, I played the best. I didn't care who they were or what their background was or how much money they had. That mattered not to me. All that mattered was playing the best, getting the most out of our girls, and helping them get scholarships so they can continue their education with a scholarship in basketball or soccer. So that's what I care about. And I do agree with Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell with the pace and all that we're doing to try and get these people, no matter who it is, in these programs and get them certified where they can teach. If there's an accountant out there that wants to teach finance or whatever, they maybe have retired and they want to teach in the schools. Utilize those resources to our benefit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next sections. Mr. Johnson.
So our next focus area, maybe I should go the other direction. That would help. Okay, our next area of focus was student achievement. The stakeholder team reviewed the following practices: Graduation Plus, the Diploma Plus college credit and/or industry credentials, foundational instructional approaches, and tiered support practices, early childhood learning and intervention, support systems and services to schools with high needs populations, programming and support for multilingual learners, processes and programming to identify and serve students with disabilities, career and technical education, and advanced learning opportunities. Here's what we observed. In 2021 and 2022, entering 5-year-old kindergarten students who who attended Greenville County Schools 4K were equally or more ready for school than those who did not. Proficiency on the assessment for multilingual learners increased by 20.8% from 2019 to 2022, with 52.7% of students meeting expected progress. 61% of our students earned graduation plus. Graduates attaining college and or career ready increased to 73%. And 52 students with disabilities were the first to earn the uniform state-recognized South Carolina high school credential. South Carolina Ready, SC Ready results for Greenville County Schools exceeded the state average. Data for Greenville County Schools show an all students gap of over 30 percentage points between students classified as pupils in poverty and their non-PIP peers, gaps of 15% or more between those students and other groups, with a smaller gap among Hispanic students. In grades 3 to 8, pupils in poverty, African Americans, and Hispanic students experienced the lowest levels of achievement in ELA and math. For high school, end-of-course tests, results in English 2 and Algebra 1 exceed the state average. There was an all-students gap in Greenville County Schools of over 25 percentage points between students classified as pupils in poverty and their non-PIP peers, with gaps of 15% or more in other groups. Pupils in poverty and the Hispanic group achieved on par with their peers on these tests. Results in U.S. history exceeded the state average. In Greenville County Schools, there is an all-students gap in biology of 31 percentage points between students classified as pupils in poverty and their non-PIP peers, with gaps of 15% or more in all but the Hispanic group. On all 4 end-of-course tests, pupils in poverty, African Americans, and Hispanic students experienced the lowest levels of achievement when compared to their peers. Student achievement, advanced placement, dual credit, and industry credentials for 2021-2022. Students classified as pupils in poverty, African American and Hispanic students, were underrepresented in AP and dual credit courses. Records show a 97% pass rate in dual credit across all groups. And industry credentials were earned by students in every group at a rate aligned to their enrollment. Those reported above are recognized by the Education Oversight Committee. The graduation rate in 2022 was 84.8%. Up 13 points since 2012. 76% of multilingual learners graduated. 59% of students with disabilities graduated, up from 50% in 2018. The gap in graduation rate between students classified as pupils in poverty and their non-PIP peers was 15% or more for the white, African American, and all students groups. Hispanic students graduated at roughly the same rate, no matter their PIP status. Here are the identified strengths for student achievement. Broad and expanding opportunities to meet Graduation Plus. Focus on best instructional practices. Multi-tiered systems of support for academics and behavior. Coaching for teachers, full day 4K available in every community, differentiated programming for students with special needs, career and technical education on school sites and in centers, extensive work-based learning, internships, and industry certification. Student panels shared with us teachers who challenged them as a strength, and then block schedules allow access to a course at a different school. Our students saw that as a big strength as well. There were, however, some challenges. Pupils in poverty may struggle with food insecurity, instability of residence, or health concerns, and often higher absence and/or transiency rates. These and other factors can create barriers to achievement or social well-being. Again, none of these students got to pick their parents. Seats for eligible 4K students are often left unfilled. Pupils in poverty and students of color are underrepresented in the gifted and talented program, the AP program, and dual credit courses. There is sometimes a lack of communication and understanding among teachers, students, and parents across diverse backgrounds. There is inadequate focus on strengths and opportunities for students and mutual accountability between the school and the home. We were really fortunate to hear from many of our students. Their input was really invaluable. Here are some of the more challenges that they identified. Financial or transportation barriers to participation in the arts, extracurricular activities, and sports. Language barriers, especially with parents. It really limits the participation and support that our students need. Students with disabilities and self-contained are generally separated from their peers. Grouping for challenge in elementary school and later leveling of classes contributes to social division and limiting assumption about other students. Some students do not feel a sense of belonging or being accepted in less diverse advanced classes. Teachers often provide more engaging activities and encourage academic discussion in their honors classes than in college prep classes. So these are the recommendations that we came up with. Recruit and engage community partners to support achievement, early childhood learning for students in poverty, and relatable advocates for students and parents. Create a system that not only identifies students' needs, but identifies their growth opportunities as well. Develop an individualized, strength-based plan for all students by grade 2 to support each student to achieve their full potential. Provide for and celebrate students' ongoing growth at every level of achievement and programming. Utilize our district PTA system and community partners such as the Positive Parenting Program to engage and equip parents to become effective partners. Provide quality core instructors at all schools. Ensure core instruction and support to meet the needs of learners in the regular classroom, minimizing separate class assignments. Increase participation by those students currently underrepresented in AP, dual credit, and extracurricular activities. Increase understanding and support for diverse learning and graduation pathways. Provide training for school employees to ensure positive relationships, high expectations, and engagement and an appreciation of each student's visible and invisible differences. We need to equip all students to demonstrate proficiency across the entirety of the profile of the South Carolina graduate. What will success look like? In the short term, increasing enrollment in Greenville County Schools 4K, decreasing percentage of students in self-contained special education settings, increasing enrollment in advanced programming and extracurricular activities by those currently underrepresented, increasing parent and community engagement at events and conferences, a continual reduction in achievement disparities, in the long term, increasing individual attainment of all students and decreased disparities regarding race and pupils in poverty status. Equity reflected in improved measures of academic participation and achievement. Dr. Royster?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our mission is to inspire, support, and prepare students. All our programming is developed expecting the highest attainment and personalized pathways to Graduation Plus for each and every student. We monitor and refine our practices to ensure students, regardless of background, are provided with appropriate academic rigor and support. As recommended by the stakeholder team, we'll continue to provide training to ensure all educators support positive relationships, adhere to high academic expectations, and provide timely and effective support for our diverse student population. Greenville County Schools is responsive to ever-evolving workforce needs in our communities. Robust partnerships are vital to our reciprocal responsibility to ensure students and families of all backgrounds can thrive. We'll continue to build and sustain community partnerships centered on achievement for all students through resources, interventions, and school-wide support. We will use the strategic plan to target partnerships for early learning for children in poverty and advocates for diverse students and families. Through the strategic plan, we will further expand on student achievement-related recommendations, particularly those that identify promise and need among our youngest students and mitigate barriers for students classified as pupils in poverty. That's one of our greatest challenges. It's one of the greatest barriers to individual attainment and success, but it is a key. That is working with addressing performance of pupils in poverty. That's a key to extricating someone from poverty, to break the cycle of poverty, and to generally enhance the economic vitality of our entire community. That is one of our greatest challenges, but to meet that challenge and produce results in that population will do a tremendous amount to improve the quality of life for everyone that lives in this community. We'll consider our early warning system, indicating possible barriers for students can also flag growth opportunities. We'll use the strategic plan to identify and refine strategies to increase the number of students reaching Graduation Plus and demonstrating proficiency on the profile of the South Carolina graduate, which really relates to the state's measure for college career readiness. We will further explore how to advance diverse learning opportunities, including AP, dual credit, and extracurricular activities for all students, with a particular focus on students currently underrepresented in those offerings. Mr. Johnson, I'll turn it back to you to review the safety, school culture, and discipline. I believe we have these two combined, and then a break for questions following that segment, Mr. Saylor.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we'll move on to our third focus area, safety, school culture, and discipline. Here's what the committee reviewed. Foundational practices to ensure safety, training in adverse childhood experiences, and trauma-informed practices. The essentials of a climate conducive to maximum learning and development, school-based prevention and behavior support, a strong discipline code, safeguards, and looking at data, Level 2 and Level 3 behavior interventions. Current state. Schools must develop and sustain a climate conducive to maximum learning and student well-being, and ensure students achieve the life and career characteristics of a college and/or career-ready graduate outlined in the profile of the South Carolina graduate. Students are referred to school administrators when their behavior interferes with instruction, causes an unsafe condition, or violates the rights of others. Occasionally, student actions violate the law and require referral to the law enforcement as well. Level 1 truancy is entered as a referral when a child ages 6 to 17 has 3 consecutive unexcused absences or a total of 5 unexcused absences. There is a high prevalence of such at all school levels. And I might note, truancy as described here is not included in the behavior incident data that follows. So for context, for the Greenville County Schools behavior incident data, we're sharing here national survey data as reported to the AASA National Conference on Education. AASA is the American Association of Superintendents and Administrators. In a survey of more than 1,100 district and school administrators, teachers, and student support staff, 78% of teachers identify student behavior as a top concern. 84% agree students are developmentally behind in self-regulation and relationship building. Opposition and emotional disconnect were the most common concerns in 2018 and in 2022, but are even more frequent now. Interpersonal behavior concerns are also growing. You see here the behavior incidents occurring most frequently. Among elementary students, 91% had no behavior incidents. 62% of the students referred for misbehavior had no incidents after their first offense. The percentages for in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension and other responses are here as well. Middle and high school students, and this data is from 2021 and 2022. A review of behavior incidents and their consequences show similar patterns across secondary school students. 2/3 of our students have no incidents warranting a referral. 42% or more of students referred have no incident after their first. At every school level, the percent of all behavior incidents exceeded enrollment for these groups. For males, it was 64% or more. Pupils in poverty, 82% or more. And for African American students, it was 45% or more. The highest percentage of in-school and out-of-school suspensions were attributed to male students, pupils in poverty, and African American students. Only 1% of students have misconduct requiring an expulsion. Review before the district hearing officer, some of the more common reasons are listed here. It's rare for the behavior of an elementary child to raise to this level, thank goodness. The highest portion of incidents reviewed were males and African Americans. 96% continue their learning at alternative programs or back in their school. 43 students, unfortunately, were expelled from school. Comprehensive, robust safety protocols, prevention and intervention practices. Intentional strategies supporting maximizing learning and individual development. Clear discipline code, procedural safeguards and data-informed decisions. District-wide system of on-track monitoring and timely intervention when student attendance, behavior, and class grades are at risk. Coordinated efforts of school staff, mental health counselors, behavior interventionists, social workers, and community partners to provide timely support. strengths that we identified: employee training and awareness of adverse childhood experiences are trauma-informed practices, school-based systems of support, whole school models of positive culture, intervention, and support, disciplinary practices as learning opportunities, extended support in 6 high-needs middle and high schools and communities through the On Track Greenville partnership, and this partnership is through the United Way. Greenville County Schools alternative programs with purposeful practices, intervention, and comprehensive support. Identified strengths. Student panelists identified these strengths. Students really care about the well-being of their peers. Strong connections between students and teachers, administrators, coaches, art directors, and club sponsors. Extracurricular activities supporting connection and community beyond typical classroom peers and adults. Identified challenges. Most students behave in a manner supporting a positive school climate. Any student can make an impulsive mistake. Some students struggle to consistently make responsible decisions. The challenges of poverty can impact attendance, behavior, and influence student learning and achievement. Our student panelists also told us limited interaction with counselors and administrators, and disengaged students or those who feel undervalued. So these are the recommendations that our stakeholder team came up with. Strengthen teachers' skills, knowledge, and awareness of different people, communities, and communication styles, language, background, culture, disability, and poverty as examples. Create a centralized position to coordinate training and provide guidance for all schools to sustain a culture of safety, order, and student well-being. This person will monitor results and support practices to mitigate the disparity in outcomes for students. Raise the level of awareness and interpersonal skills to build connections between and among students and employees. Recognize and respond to individual interests and learning preferences. Enhance relationships. Focus on and sustain relationship building as a fundamental skill and priority of employees. Provide ongoing assessment of relationship building skills to ensure a student-centered approach. Sustain an environment of mutual respect and accountability for your actions. Increase community awareness about the purpose and culture of effective schooling, the scope of responsibility, attendance, and engagement, approach to supporting students, and limitations of influence. We should include business, community leaders, and parents in this as well. More recommendations: increase student access to mentors, implement classroom activities and co-curricular opportunities, allowing students and teachers to know one another well, recognize strengths and common interests, and develop positive relationships. We should connect students and families with community resources to meet basic needs. For example, foster, shelter, hunger, abuse, grief loss, and more. Ensure intentional engagement, ongoing feedback from a representative group of the community to monitor progress and provide input on diverse and inclusive community involvement. Provide communication across multiple platforms and expand interpreter and translation services. Balance disciplinary philosophy to include learning of replacement behaviors and appropriate consequences. Use trauma-informed practices with intentional intervention and response. which would reduce inconsistencies in the interpretation of behavior. Standardize the availability of core student interventions while allowing custom school-based approaches when necessary. Expand student access and opportunity to include interpersonal and leadership development in clubs and activities during the school day and possible alternatives for out-of-school time with support for cost and transportation. What will success look like? In the short term, with consistent implementation, behavior incident data will trend downward, especially for repeat offenders. School employees will receive training to recognize, value, and respect differences among their students. Employees will establish trauma-informed practices, build relationships, and manage behavior concerns for students facing barriers. Increase access to counseling and intervention services, and inclusive instructional practices will sustain a safe, orderly, and academically challenging environment for our students. Disciplinary infractions will result in consistent consequences coupled with coaching students to appropriate action in the future. Student perceptions that they have positive relationships with teachers will increase. And then long-term, the newly created position will positively impact attendance, behavior, and discipline practices, and outcomes, graduation rates, teacher retention, safety, and academic achievement. Coordinated training will be more cost-effective than distributing funds across all schools and departments. Dr. Royster?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Student well-being is core to our beliefs, listed in our current strategic plan, Blueprint 2023. We use a multifaceted approach to ensure students are safe, supported, and successful. We'll continue a student-centered and trauma-informed approach in an environment of care, mutual respect, and accountability. Relationship building is a fundamental priority, and we will ensure our employees exhibit a broad knowledge and appreciation of all students and families. This one's extremely important, this next paragraph, because a lot of times people look at these things in isolation. And to maintain an effective environment for student learning, you cannot have one of these without the others. To ensure an appropriate structure for learning, we'll clearly communicate expectations for student conduct and maintain a balanced approach to imposing important sanctions for discipline violations, along with intervention and follow-up. The goal being to change individual detrimental behaviors. If you can see a problem as it develops and intervene to stop it, you intervene. Once a student chooses to violate the rules that are well established, well known, and the consequences are well known, then those consequences need to be imposed. Then as a follow-up, coaching, mentoring, guidance to try to prevent a repeat of the choice that got them the disciplinary infraction to begin with. You can't talk your way into an effective disciplinary system, nor can you solely impose sanctions or punishment as a disciplinary system. You have to do both, so that not only the consequence is clear and imposed on students, that they also understand the choice they made and the consequence that cost them, and what a further choice may cost them as a consequence, but more importantly, how they could make a better choice given the same set of circumstances in the future. Reynolds County Schools is expanding the work to increase the number of mentors for students and connections to resources for families. The district will continue to use best practice communication strategies to reach families, social media, phone messages, websites, interpretation, and translation. We recognize the importance of the community possessing a common understanding of the purpose, mission, and value of public education, as well as the external parameters that govern our operations. As we approach our new strategic planning cycle, this will allow us to increase awareness about Greenville County Schools. Graduation Plus and the community's engagement will help us to develop flexible, student-centered interventions to address barriers while honoring each school's unique culture. Expand partnerships that offer positive, accessible opportunities for students, including extracurricular activities, clubs, and out-of-school time activities. And to continue to explore the feasibility of the recommended centralized position to coordinate training, support, and interventions related to attendance, behavior, and discipline. Sailors?
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Ladies and gentlemen, since it is after 12 noon, after consulting with Chairman Stiles, we're going to take a lunch break at this and then pick up on the questions for these two sections. We'll reconvene at 12:45. You ready? Okay. Somebody close the door and cut the lights off.
Herb almost did that. Now we answer the question. We ask questions.
Speaking of questions, guys, just to let you know, we allotted 80 minutes for questions. We burned up 45 in the first session. So if we could get to the point, if we've got questions, great. But let's be mindful of the time, please. Okay? Well, okay, are we ready to go? We'll call the committee of the whole session back to order. We have just finished the presentation from sections 2 and 3 of the report, and we'll now open it up for questions. Are there any questions related to either student achievement or safety, school culture, and discipline? Ms. Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Excuse me. This is probably a question for Dr. Royster. One of the recommendations and one of the things that you put in your response, and I'm sorry, I'm going to lose the page, is about exploring the feasibility of centralized position to coordinate training support interventions related to attendance, behavior, and discipline. Is that a position that exists in other school, is there some way to know whether that is a well-spent investment?
I think what we'd want to do there as we explore that is see where somebody has something like that. My familiarity with that would be it's usually part of somebody else's job, but that's in a smaller system. For example, the job that Dr. Skipper now holds as Director of Student Services. In a smaller district, that would be a person that might carry out those responsibilities, but that's become such an all-encompassing job when you think about he deals with social workers, attendants, nursing services, law enforcement, safety and security, and manages the discipline process, suspension and above, including expulsion hearings. It's more than a person can do along with doing those other things. You know, he has leads in those different areas, but with our size, the number of students and the number of individuals that become subject to disciplinary action, it would be more than he could do as an add-on responsibility for his current job. There's not really somebody that has space available in their job. So in a larger system, and we tend to look at those that are most similar to us in size or others that belong to the same consortium we do, to see where they might have people that do all of those things combined, with the exception of manage the expulsion process. Because what usually happens is those responsibilities are divided among several employees, even at a district level. But what we do lack to a great degree is a coordination across all levels and all schools of this is what the rules are as far as standardization, here's what the punishments are, and also somebody to go in and help individuals if they may be having difficulty in establishing an appropriate disciplinary structure, which is a pretty inclusive thing, and it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. You've got to have some interventions, but you certainly have to have sanctions. Then you have to have follow-up, and it's especially challenging in a larger school where you have multiple administrators carrying out discipline across the entire school. So there is value in the things that position would do, whether or not it's a good move to do a centralized position. We'd want to know more about that in other places if they have it. The other thing is, I think it's a possibility to fund it out of federal, I guess it's Title IV, which allows expenditures for safety, security, and student behavior. So there's a possibility we could use federal Title IV money to fund it. It wouldn't come out of the general fund. But we want to examine how would it be structured, what values might it bring, and are there other places that use a similar position?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm understanding your response to say, because when we sat through our one strategic plan exercise that we went through, discipline clearly was, or behavior was clearly one of the hottest topics from surveys that we've given both to the community as well as to our teachers and staff. So clearly, I think everyone on this board agrees that that's a pretty primary or top priority of focus. Not having participated in this strategic plan process before, I'm just making sure I'm understanding that some of what, as we go through this process, some of these recommendations or this response that you said, we're going to kind of flesh out some more of this, maybe even look at what our current discipline plans are, looking to see where we could, if there's a need for change, a need to tackle different problems different ways.
Yeah, because the strategic plan, in that process, groups will look at really all of these, everything that this group looked at, they would look at as an ordinary part of the strategic planning process. It might not be broken out exactly the same way. Now, student achievement would be broken out separately. Employees as a resource to the district would be broken out separately, but all the things, either as part of a whole or as a separate section, would be addressed in the strategic planning process.
Okay, and my last question has to do with employee development or professional development. On the progress indicator slide, one of the things said was school employees will receive training to recognize value and respect differences among their students. Do we have a professional development class already that addresses that, or is this something that if I'm understanding a progress indicator, is how will we know we're doing it, is that we're offering this. So is this something we don't do and we're planning to do or wanting to do, or?
I was trying to find the exact recommendation. Anyway, we currently do that.
What was the slide number?
I don't have the numbers of
We
the
don't have
slides.
numbers
Sadly, we
on
don't
our
have.
paper copies.
Is it?
Yes, the second bullet on that slide is
thank
what I'm
you.
asking, because that one's a progress indicator, but I'm trying to determine if that's not something we do already.
We do, yes, we do some of that already. I take their recommendation to be, or that indicator to be, that we would show that we do that, that there, where you find a relationship between maybe disproportionate discipline measures, has that faculty availed themselves of that particular training, or have we done a training particular to that faculty for it?
Okay.
That's my take on their measure. Would that be?
Yes.
I don't want me to speak for them or.
No, it's fine.
That was my take on that. But we do already do some of that training. Ms. Cap she might not be able to tell you off the top of her head some of that training, but we can send it to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sailors.
Dr. Stiles.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I was very pleased on the recommendations for safety, school culture, and discipline. Item number 3, connect students and families with community resources to meet basic needs. As an educator, now we have multiple educators on this board, we all know that children, it's difficult for them to learn if their basic needs are not being met. That's central, that's foremost. And as a former principal, I know the district used to provide a resource that had some agencies, some support groups. Usually when you're the administrator, and I see a lot of administrators in the audience, people typically come to you to say, I need to take my child to the doctor, I can't afford it. My child's having a toothache and we can't afford a dentist. There are so many areas for children in poverty in particular about their needs. I wanted to ask Dr. Royster if we're still providing that. And also, if we're not, I think that would be a great tool for our school leaders. And also to say that, you know, we listed some things there, those are all great, but I'm thinking of even things basic, like families who have no power, no water. I'm thinking of families who have a child that they know that there's a problem, you know, and we always, of course, refer them to Child Fund, but that would also be like a resource for this document that I'm suggesting. And also help for the holidays. It puts a great burden on our school administrators because centrally, when people come, they have a need, a family has a need, it comes to us, and we want to meet those needs. So to have some kind of catalog or book or resource that is very extensive on how we can refer our families. And I know some things are more central to like the Blue Ridge area and some things are more central to downtown. To really, even if we had volunteers to create that, I think that would be a great resource. So my question is, do we still have that document? Is it up to date? Is that something that we do regularly? And what's the possibility for the future of really focusing on that? Because I think that's a very powerful tool.
I think that would, and Dr. Skipper's not here right now, or Mr. Owens, that's something that originates out of student services and or guidance services. Student services being the social work side of it, guidance services, which was within academics, that reports to Mr. Williams in college and career readiness, making sure that counselors and principals know the resources available to them. That's also one of the major thrust of our program of On Track with United Way. Not just for the On Track schools, but for schools throughout the district. The idea being, we don't do that. We do education. That's what we do. We need to do that well. We need to focus on that. We're not in the business of providing those other things, but they are, to your point, so necessary to our students' success. We need to be in the business of connecting the students, the families with those resources. That's one of the primary goals of On Track, both the program in the schools that On Track directly serves, but every school in the district has access to that process of flagging student needs. So just for example, some of the examples that you mentioned, Christmas, you can get that from the Salvation Army, you can get it Operation Santa Claus, and then there are 2 or 3 other local nonprofits that do those sorts of things. They also have some coordination between them to direct people to appropriate resources and also to ensure that the appropriate resources are utilized appropriately, i.e. a family's not going to multiple places for the same assistance, which would diminish their ability to provide assistance to all that need it. And there are programs like with Duke Energy for maintaining power on. In fact, I think it's still the case that on your utility bill monthly, particularly during the winter months, you can actually make a contribution to their fund that supports that kind of thing. But we maintain those resources for our schools, and I'd have to get to you I would hope that they do it electronically now, but where you might go for these services. But it's important, particularly that our counselors have access to that. Particularly in a school, at the elementary school, so often it's maybe just one teacher dealing with a student. At middle and high school, could very well be multiple teachers. So you want that to go through the counselor so it's not duplicating efforts or placing additional burden on multiple individuals in the community. But we also have in the On Track schools, and they're, I think, looking to expand this, telehealth services. So for some diagnosis, for those students, there's no cost to them. They have obviously get their parents' permission for them to participate, and they do telehealth with them right there in the health room at the school. And it's staffed on a rotating basis by a nurse practitioner or a PA, Jeff, one or the other. So our school nurse, but then on a rotating basis from Prisma, either a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant. Then if they need additional services, they make arrangements to have those services through a provider. And that's also available with dental And then we also are doing that with mental health services as well.
Thank you. That's great news. We've come a long way since I retired. Thank you.
Dr. Presley.
Thank you. Quick question about GT identification. Y'all, as we all know, that is one of our very first in elementary school sorting mechanisms. You either test into GT or you don't, and it certainly is what it is. But my question is for those students who might be like on the bubble for testing in, right? Are they tested in the following years? So like after second grade, third grade, they're retested, or what is that process?
Yes, they can be. Dr. McDavid has been working through that last couple of years, really, to your point, to try to expand that a little bit. And also, Dr. Stevens, who's not here, and Dr. McDavid, you may want to come to the microphone so you can answer the testing question. Dr. Stevens has been working the last 2 years to really even go beyond second grade down to kindergarten to look at building into the curriculum those experiences that we know students are tested on. For example, the reasoning that a lot of people get, a lot of children get automatically playing with, I'll date myself a little bit, like Lincoln Logs. I don't know what the current thing is today, but when I was...
They still call them Lincoln Logs.
Okay. So when I was a child, Lincoln Logs, but that play, so to speak, is spatial reasoning that kids are getting. And so, again, we know sometimes our kids in poverty don't have access to those types of play activities just because of the situation they're in. So what we're doing is looking at, is what she's intentionally built in the curriculum, really starting K4, K5, first grade, second grade, is really building in those intentional opportunities to make sure we're not catching any kid is gifted, but they just didn't have the opportunities to experience and build some of those skills based on their situation in the home. So, and Dr. McDavid, you can answer the question about local placement and testing.
Yes, we still have the universal testing at grade 2, and the measures Jeff mentioned will assist us in accessing students earlier. However, for students who are not qualified for GT, we actually run other opportunities for screening via additional NNAT, the Naglieri assessments are given. We also have the performance test Dimension C that we give. We look at the students after grade 3 and their SC Ready assessments at the end of the year. Their spring SC Ready, if they have that as an indicator, we can follow up with the performance Dimension C at the end of 3rd and at the end of 4th grade. Still, if those students are not qualified by the end of 5th grade, we run the reports to look at their grades, and those who have a GPA qualifier at the end of 5th, which is 4 A's or 3 A's and 1 B, we ran those and qualified over 300 students going into middle school. And then after that, because that gave some a Dimension C, when the SC Ready came back later in the year and the cut scores were set in July, we then ran those again. So we are continuously looking at opportunities. We are looking at ways of expanding MAP opportunities for the students who need an achievement indicator to give those who may have a performance Dimension C plus a B possibly an opportunity. If aptitude is still closed, we do have local placement decisions that are made. Those are very selective on the criteria, and we're revamping that with the assistance of a committee, so that if there are local placements, we are really defined by the number of students in a class. So it cannot be an unlimited number, but we can rank, order, place if there is space within an elementary school so that students can have access to. Through our Javits grant, we've also tracked some of the data of students who had the local placement, and we have seen that they have been successful and then later becoming identified as GT.
And I know that we're under some new leadership with GT, and my other question would be, is there any attention being given right now to the pull-out model as far as the way that it's currently done?
Yeah, so we, during COVID, we actually were able to, in the virtual school, pilot some different models with GT. And so that's one thing Dr. McDavid's committee is looking at too. And it may not be one set model going forward, because a lot of that does depend on how many kids you have in GT at your school. There may be a selection choice of models based on the population of your students and how many you have. So we absolutely are looking at various models.
Thank y'all so much. This is a passion of mine, and I'll have more questions. Thank you for the work that y'all are doing and moving forward. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jeff, Mr. Cochran?
Thank you. If we could go back to, I think it's slide 26, current state student achievement. Sorry, what slide was that?
Current state student achievement.
Current state student achievement. And I think I've got it as slide 26 there.
One more, or keep going.
At 26.
That's it right there, isn't it? Yeah, that's it.
No? I think maybe it's still one off from what I'm looking at, but no, it's exactly right. Thank you. Yes, that's it. I'm just wondering, I know in most cases it is usually a situation where pupils in poverty normally do not perform nearly as well as those not in poverty. And I know you mentioned this as you were going through, but I'm just wondering with our Hispanic students, where on these two tests, they are managing, in the first case, in English 2, the Hispanic students in poverty are actually slightly outperforming those that are not in poverty. And on the Algebra 1 test, it's completely even. I'm just wondering, as a district, have we looked into those results at all to see if there's anything there that maybe we can apply across the board that perhaps those parents and communities are doing differently?
To your point, it's very glaring. It appears to be the only subgroup where there is not considerable disparity between students in poverty and the remainder of the subgroup. And we've had a considerable amount of discussion about that. Mr. McCoy, I think, could speak in a little more detail about that.
I think one of the things we looked at, kind of differences there, is the Hispanic population, certainly in most schools, actually tends to be very involved. The parents are very involved, typically, and a lot, and I think most of you are probably aware in those Title I schools, we have a lot of parent involvement coordinators that work very closely with the community around them. That's not in every school. That's going to be particularly in our case, White Horse Road corridor, where the Title I schools are located. But traditionally, at least since I've been here, that population of families is typically very, very involved in school and responsive to, remediation efforts as far as how can they help their students at home. Because as I think you were alluding to, they kind of have a large, sometimes ways to catch up from a language barrier. A lot of them are coming in with, so they have that barrier and they're in an English speaking school, trying to learn at the same time while trying to learn a language. So there certainly are some barriers, but I think those parent involvement coordinators have certainly helped bridge the gap between home and school.
Thank you. The only other question I have, I think this is slide 50, on recommendations, safety, school culture, and discipline. And going back to potentially a new position that we would be creating. The last sentence is really where my question comes from. So it's 1A, the last sentence. This person will monitor results and support practices to mitigate the disparity in outcomes for students. So I'm just kind of wondering exactly what disparities are we referring to, and how do we best address those disparities?
Well, I think you see in the statistics there are disparities in students' discipline and consequences imposed. And that's true nationally, it's true in our local data. So are there ways to put into place interventions and follow-ups that would cause that disparity to be more aligned with their percentage of the population? In other words, you cannot overlook their behavior choices, and you cannot reduce or eliminate the punishments for those behaviors. But what might we do to intervene on the front end, and what might we do on the back end of disciplinary infraction to help that student to recognize better decisions in the future to avoid further consequences. The other statistic that jumps out in all these discipline statistics of ours, and people nationally and locally have talked about the concern about student discipline, but what it bears out statistically is, I think, what anyone that's done discipline in a school would tell you very quickly. It's this many students that create the majority of disciplinary issues. And those statistics bear it out. The majority of our students have no disciplinary referrals. Your experience in teaching would probably bear that out as well.
Yes.
Most students come to school and do what they're supposed to. You don't have to discipline them all. We have to call them down on occasion in class, but not truly have to write a referral, send them to the office. Then there's a pretty significant group that they go once, they don't have to make a return trip. But then there's the group that over and over and over, and that's the group, those last two, but particularly the last one, those are the ones that you've got to do something to change their behavior. And again, you can't relax the standard, because then you do not have the structure of discipline in the school where students can learn. And it also doesn't serve them well as they move out of school and go out into the bigger world, in the world of employment or college, whatever their next step might be. So that's extremely important in helping schools to identify what those resources might be that are effective. This is kind of old history, but I did this more than 30 years ago in a school where I was high school principal. We put in a peer mediation program. We actually ended up presenting about that program before a congressional subcommittee in Washington, where we trained students to mediate disputes between and among their peers. And if a conflict appeared to be arising, they agreed to, they weren't forced to, they had to agree to do it, engage in mediation. Now, you couldn't get mediated after you fought. Well, I mean, you could, but you still were going to get punished for the fight. But we found that to be highly effective in reducing disciplinary referrals. So there are programs that will do that. And if you look over time, the way to reduce disciplinary referrals is to have very set, clear consequences, clearly communicated to everybody, applied equally to all who break the rules. And there's a difference in breaking the rule one time, 2 times, and 3 times, having those consequences, but also helping them to find a different way to approach that instead of going out, between the next change of classes and getting in a fight, for example. So that would be the expectation, is that we would identify those kind of things that might be effective and help preventing things, finding a different way to address things. It also, and we mentioned this, I didn't specifically say it in here, said it in meeting with the DEI group. School has a culture, everybody has a culture, right? This spread throughout. There's a culture at school. You're expected as a student to do certain things in certain ways at certain times. We need to make sure that we're very clear in communicating the culture of school. So everybody knows you're expected to do this way at this time. Now, you want to have enough rules to maintain a disciplined environment, but not so many rules that they're unenforceable. So selecting those rules and putting in place those that are necessary for a structured environment, but making fully sure that everybody understands this is how we do. And I would imagine your classroom experience, you set expectations on the first day of class, and here's, in my class, this is how we go about doing things. A lot of times teachers will also involve them. I think I heard that referenced earlier in here today. They'll involve the students in, well, what do the rules need to be? Because if you sit and talk with a group of students long enough, they will tell you exactly what you believe the rules need to be anyway. They're going to come up with the same set of rules for the most part teachers do. That's why there was so much importance. We didn't dwell on it. Mr. Johnson certainly mentioned it at every point in this. We brought students in to talk with this group. And many of those things that were identified in this report that were identified by the adults, they were also identified by the students. And in some cases, students have identified things that the adults didn't come up with as far as what was important to them. But all of that's necessary to reduce disciplinary referrals, but at the same time, maintaining the kind of environment that we need to have that will keep teachers in the classroom, and more importantly, will create the environment where students can learn.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Sayers.
Thank you. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Thank you. Bert, under challenges with in student achievement, what kind of communication methods do we have to tell the students and the parents about the different programs we have, like the dual credit and the advanced classes, and the virtual that they can take advantage of? How do we communicate that to them? And what grade does that start at? Does it start at 8th grade that they can start taking those classes, or
Well,
how do we communicate that?
we start talking about it as early as elementary school, in a more general term. What do you need to do for, a lot of it's career centered, so you're interested in these kind of careers. So what would you need to do to prepare for those things? You're gonna go to college, what do you need to do to prepare for that? It becomes more and more focused as you advance in the grade levels. A lot of that falls as a responsibility of our counselors. Also, it's also to a degree responsibility for the classroom teacher, but to a great degree it's responsibility of our counselors to communicate that. Now, we use all kind of, we have stuff out there on social media, also you've seen it, about career and college readiness and the things you need to do. We are seeing an increase in these subgroups in participation, but not at the rate we would like to see it. So part of that is effectively communicating that you can do this. And here's what it looks like. Because if we're talking to somebody who's, I'm gonna pick, because the same to a degree is true of careers that you can go to without college. But if your family experience has no one that's ever been to college, that's like somebody speaking a foreign language to you. You don't know what that looks like. You don't know what it sounds like. You don't know what you have to do to go there. It's something you've heard of, but you have no real direct experience with it. Just like a career choice. Unless somebody in your family, maybe as a welder, you have no idea what it takes to be a welder or how you could go about becoming one. If you want to be a machine tool operator, and nobody in your family's ever done that. You've never even been in a machine shop, but you like the idea of making things, for lack of a better term. But you don't have any idea what that looks like. You also don't have any idea the amount of math that you need to know to do that work. So it's not just saying you can take an AP English class, or you can go take welding, or you can take machine tool. It's understanding what students, based on their interests and skills, might want to do, what that actually can look like in a job or after high school training or a college program, and then more specifically, what exactly does it look like? What do you have to take and know and do to get there?
Is that teacher referral to get into some of those classes, or if the child is interested, they have to go to the counselor and tell them that they're interested in taking an AP class or doing
That should be
class?
a conversation with the counselor, not necessarily just initiated by the student. They should be talking to students about, you can go to college. You have the grades and you have some interest in the kinds of things that require a college degree. So you can you could go to college. Now, to prepare to go to college, we'll help you. You can take some college classes while you're still in high school. And you can do that without any cost to you, which obviously is a huge benefit for everybody, but particularly for a student in poverty. Now, at that point, you may need to make a choice, AP or dual credit. Your odds are better with dual credit. But even with a student who wants to make sure the odds are more in their favor to get credit, because you take the class, you make a C or better, you're going to get 3 hours credit. You take an AP class, you can work hard all year and do well all year and not make a 3 on the exam, and you get no college credit. But the experience of the rigor of that AP course benefits anyone going to college. So even if you're going to take a lot of dual credits, you should also take maybe an AP course. One that maybe you're really strong in math, so it should be an AP calculus, or maybe you're really strong in language arts, maybe AP English. But that kind of dialogue that I just sort of played out in front of you, that's the kind of dialogue that you need to be able to have between counselor and student, with the recognition that they got 250 of them to have that dialogue with. But that's the most effective communication. We can put out all the stuff through, and our Kate folks put it out all the time about industry certifications and career preparation. And we put stuff out about academic opportunities and college credit. But still the most effective thing is for somebody to sit down with you and talk through that. And one of the most important things is to impose on that student the idea and the belief that they can do this. And here's what it looks like for you to do it. And that goes back to, part of that goes back to the importance, to a large degree, of being able to talk to somebody who has perhaps made that journey. That maybe they came out of an impoverished background, but through education, they were able to come out of that background. That's usually a very powerful story for somebody else that's with the same background.
If I could, without objection, we'll extend the time for questions and answers for another 60 minutes. I'm hopeful.
Okay.
I know.
I know because under one of the recommendations, it says provide communication across multiple platforms. So that's why I was asking what kind of communication do we have, and what are we gonna do something different?
Well, I think the intent there, if new platforms emerge, we would utilize them. But the basic intent is to magnify the presence on existing platforms.
Okay. I know that, that one of the things when we were doing the strategic plan, that the teachers want to feel like they are supported. Do we have ISS in elementary school? I know we have it starting in middle school.
Some schools utilize their assistant principal, other people in the building to temporarily remove a student from class, but we do not have it in elementary school. And quite honestly, I question the value of it in middle and high school.
Well, my thing is, I know that we have to protect instructional time, but if you have a child that's being disrupted in a classroom, the teacher sends them out, but then they come back and they're disrupting again, how can we support the teachers better with that? Because I know that has been a constant concern.
Well, one thing is,
when they come back and they're doing the same thing and disrupting the classroom.
Then that's where you have a graduated disciplinary system where your consequences are elevated based on the repetition.
Do we have that across the board? I mean, do we have something that's comprehensive across the board?
We do not have that across the board at the elementary level. There are dubious results from in-school suspension. It does remove somebody from class. That's the upside. The downside is it removes them from class. Often that's exactly what they want. Generally speaking, they are less appreciative of having to spend their own time back with you, whether that be the afternoon or on Saturdays. That's generally far more effective than in-school suspension. You use out of school.
Talking elementary?
Elementary, middle, or high.
Too, so they have Saturday school for
If we don't have an elementary school that I'm aware of doing Saturdays at this point, we have some middle schools that do it and some high schools that do it. But giving up their own time is generally more of a deterrent to bad behavior than taking them out of class is. And that, then quite honestly, that's part of out-of-school suspension. That's removing them from that class, obviously. And at some point, that may have to happen.
I saw something in here about the truant, level 1 truancy. Do we have, how many levels do we have of truancy? I saw.
I believe there are 3 levels,
one.
but truancy is defined and codified in state statute, as are the interventions as far as the days at which you intervene.
How many truant officers do we have in a school district this size?
We'll have to send that to you.
I heard it's only 1.
Well, it's not not just one. There are.
Is it more than 1?
I want to say there's 6, but that might not be right. Let's go with Cal, but there's not one. The county's divided geographically, with an attendance officer serving each geographic area.
Okay.
Social workers also deal with attendance issues. And their social workers, I believe there are an equal number of social workers with attendance workers, plus a social worker for every Title I school.
But the social worker refers to the truant officer to.
But they provide assistance with students who have external factors that are perhaps influencing their attendance.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Salis. Thank you.
Ms. Morrison-Fair.
Mr. Sellers, I was trying to follow. I thought we were on safety, but I guess we're on academics too. So, but my question is kind of a follow-up to both Ms. Caldwell and Mr. Cochran's on the student behaviors. And I know one of the statistics said that 78% of teachers identify student behavior as a top concern. I was also bothered by, I don't know the slide, but it's the one on safety, school culture, and discipline. And it said at every school level, the percent of all behavior incidents exceeded enrollment for these top 3 groups. And they were males, pupils in poverty, and African Americans. And that was alarming. Also, with those 2 statistics, I know we're doing a lot, but have we ever considered, as like our summer academy with reading, having a 2-week introduction to schools, picking students at random with bad records, good records, so that good students can be modeled, and supporting those students as to introducing them to our school culture.
I don't know that the district's ever tried anything like that, and of course we have no ability to compel a student to do that. The only ones we could compel to do something similar to that would be ones that had appeared before the hearing officer. The hearing officer could compel such a thing for them. But then again, we'd have to have a structured program in place to compel them to attend prior to reentry, which is in essence what happens at the alternative school. I think I took what you were saying to be more as before they enter school for the year or in a transition grade. Absolutely. But basically that's what our MSAP and HSAP serve that for students that rise to the level of expulsion. The hearing officer sends them there. And in fact, we have a very low rate of recidivism for students that attend the alternative school. There are very few of them that end up being sent back to the alternative school.
Well, you're right. I'm trying to get at introducing the culture before somebody gets in trouble.
Right now, that's pretty.
Them expectations.
That's pretty well limited to the beginning of school orientations. Excuse me. The beginning of school orientations that would be done at every school. So it's not intensive like a 1 or 2 week. It's probably several hours one day. Now, generally speaking, that's going to be more intensive for the entry level grade, like at a high school. They're going to spend more time with ninth graders, middle school, more time with sixth graders. And elementary, pretty much all of the elementary is done in the classroom level. So it's more about the culture of that classroom and that teacher helping them with, well, here's how we act in the bigger school. At the schools, again, the secondary level where you're going to multiple teachers all day long, there has to be more of a school-wide approach to hear the expectations of the school.
I understand that, but that definitely bothered me is that the statement was at every school level, the percent of all behavior incidents exceeded enrollment of each of these groups. That's
Right, their percentage of the enrollment, yes. And I don't know that it's in there in those national statistics. That up there would be true throughout the country.
Okay. All right. That's it, Mr. Sellers.
Ladies, when you get through with the bag, send it this way. Mrs. Levinas Wells.
Yes, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of different areas, but it seems like the parents, I'm sorry. Seems like I know we've talked a lot about the safety and so forth and discipline, but if we don't have the parents' buy-in, then this is a very difficult situation, because if the parents aren't going to support their children and they're not going to get them to the schools and so forth, and we're dealing with poverty, what is our role in educating the parents and getting them? I want some of that candy. And
focus now.
Sorry. ADD, saw candy. That's the way to get me to school. But anyway, I'm just trying to figure out what we've talked about everything except one main focus: parents. So my question is, how do we deal with this? Did y'all talk about parents, or no, the focus was on other? Because parents are they're the line that gets that student to the school and classroom. And
Certainly, we did talk about parents. I mean, there were many parents on the team.
Right.
I will tell you, we couldn't come up. Yes, you're right. Parents are critical to this process. Absolutely, especially when it comes to discipline. Quite frankly, we didn't have any real suggestions or recommendations on how to do that.
Because I know when we have our reading programs in the summertime, and the students that need it the most are the ones whose parents won't get them to the bus or sign them up or do anything. So, Dr. Royster, what's your take on this?
Well, if we could identify a means by which to get parents more fully engaged, we would have the solution to almost all the problems that we talked about today. Because if you look at a school, any school, where the parents are engaged in the school. Now, by that, I don't mean because they have to be up there all the time because their child got in trouble. Engaged on the other side, that they're part of the PTA or the booster club, or they help do things in the classroom, all those sorts of things, to their ability to do so. A lot of our parents are working when school's going on. But the more you can engage parents and have them engage with the school, the more likely their child's going to be successful in school. There's research study after research study after research study that supports that assertion. The problem is how to get them engaged in a positive way. That's one of the things that if you talk to any principal in this room or former principal, I suspect they will all say to you that one of the things they try to get all of their teachers to do at the beginning of the year is to engage the parents of the children they teach before they have to call and say there's a problem. So you've established some relationship prior to having discussed an issue or a problem, even something that small. But not to assign blame or pass responsibility. And I think you already alluded to that. That's a two-way street, and it is a two-way communication. It is a two-way conversation, which requires effort on both parties.
And then my second part to this, these students, these children who are homeless, that go from one hotel to another, and transported from one school, they get settled, then they're taken out and taken somewhere else. What are we doing for those students? Because how can they experience success when they're not in a location long enough to get grounded?
Well, one of those things is we will actually, under McKinney-Vento, transport them back to the school they were in. Now, their parent obviously has to agree to that. So if they left Welcome Elementary, for example, and now they've enrolled at Montague Elementary, we'll transport them back under McKinney-Vento to Welcome Elementary. But that is, transiency is a problem in a challenge in our district. If I remember the numbers right, about 8,000 of our students move between schools in the district in a school year. And some of those 8,000 moves is the same child moving 2, 3, 4. It wouldn't be outlandish to say 5 times during a school year. Now, the more times, the less frequency it happens. But that is obviously disruptive. Even though we're using the same text, we follow the same standards, but you can't go from a 3rd grade in one class and land in another school in a 3rd grade the next day. And often it's not the next day. That's another challenge you'll hear principals talk about. It might be a week later before they reappear. But even if it's the next day, they're not going to be necessarily on the same page doing the same thing that child was doing the day before. In fact, the odds would be they're not going to be. You might really luck out and land in a class where they're about on the same page. But that would be highly unusual. And that makes it very challenging. And I believe we've got about between 800 and 1,000 students that would be classified as homeless. And you gave a good example of that. A lot of times people think of homeless as they actually have nowhere to go at night. But what it means is they have no stable place to go. It might be a rented hotel room. It might be with this relative this week, another relative next week, or it might be the picture a lot of people have with that, truly nowhere to go or sleeping in the car.
Okay, unless there are any additional questions, we'll now move on to the next section related to student assessment. So.
Okay, student assignment.
All yours. Thanks.
The stakeholder team looked at school attendance areas and the student assignment process, population and development trends, magnet schools and Greenville County schools change in assignment. Current state. Magnet academies are designed to meet these goals: unique educational choices for students, specialized curriculum or educational approach, improved achievement for all students participating in the magnet program, promoting and maintaining diversity. There are 11 academies that serve 1,878 students. There are 10 magnet academies. The 10 magnet academies had students on wait list at the beginning of the 2022-23 school year. With fewer available seats, selected magnet academy students generally score 99 of 100 points on the selection rubric. Magnet application and enrollment data for 2022 and 2023 show 1,493 students applied, 717 students were approved as eligible, 599 were waitlisted, and 177 students were denied or had incomplete applications. Of the 560 available new seats, 486 were accepted, 74 seats were unfilled, and 510 remained on a wait list. You should note that students can apply to several magnet programs on their application. If approved as eligible, they can accept or deny the seats that have been offered to them. Other observations, student data show the magnet program serves a higher proportion of Hispanic and Asian students than their percent of total school enrollment. And the free and reduced meals population is smaller than the district-wide enrollment in that group. Data show change in assignments serve a higher proportion of white and Asian students than their percent of total school enrollment. The Hispanic population is much smaller. The free and reduced meals population is smaller than that of the district-wide enrollment. Identified strengths. Opportunities for change in assignment and magnet programming are available to meet individual needs and interests. Robust systems forecast needs and respond to changing residential conditions. A lottery system for change in assignment creates a fair opportunity for applicants. Transportation is available for magnet school students and supports equitable access. Magnet schools have achieved their original primary purpose to revitalize and repopulate city schools. Challenges. Students attending magnet schools or on change in assignment are less likely to be classified as pupils in poverty than the overall student population, limiting specialized opportunities for the group. Transportation, while available for magnet, is not available for change in assignment, creating a barrier for some students. Residential development patterns have resulted in pocketed school attendance zones that necessitate student travel further than desired. Our recommendations require a reason for change in assignment, not as a selection criteria, but to inform program development at sending and receiving schools. Look at successful programs, duplicate where personnel is available to expand geographic availability and accessibility. Evaluate magnet academies to determine if they have met their stated goals. Consider reallocating resources for magnet programs to schools and communities where revitalization is needed. Market broadly and raise awareness of magnet programs among teachers, counselors, and the community as a whole. Encourage opportunity-focused advisement by counselors and school staff targeting underrepresented students who show an interest in programs. Include the language equity and inclusion in the magnet school mission. Revisit the magnet selection rubric. Suggested revisions include lessening the weight of discipline and attendance factors, create score thresholds, and a lottery within the range. What will success look like? In the short term, Greenville County Schools will identify magnet programs fulfilling the original mission to slow and reverse population decline in city schools. Greenville County Schools will add an action item in the strategic plan that requires a needs assessment at schools every 5 years. Long-term school choice will be accessible to all students, and achievement outcomes will improve when programs offer effective educational choices for every student, provide specialized curricula and educational approaches, and promote and maintain diversity. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Students are assigned to schools based on their address, but all families can apply to attend another school through change in assignment or magnet programs. I believe for this year, we're at about 15% of our students are choosing to do so. In fact, the percentage would likely be far higher than that if we had more space available, but that's what we can accommodate. Stakeholder team offered recommendations to evaluate and strengthen our processes to ensure the greatest access to choices available. The administration can address application changes to inform program improvement and encourage opportunity-focused advisement of underrepresented students. The administration will initiate a study of GCS magnet programming and provide recommendations as to the future of the program with the goal of increasing access to special interest opportunities. The magnet programming study will include an analysis of whether current popular magnet program opportunities can be replicated or similar programming provided at other locations, particularly in areas outside the center of the county, through magnet or non-magnet schools. Assessment of options for the current magnet schools that are at or near capacity due to growth in their attendance areas and have few magnet seats available. For example, ending magnet programs at some locations, redrawing attendance boundaries to open magnet seats, or increase capacity through building additions, all of which are options to increase magnet capacity and or to address growth in a school attendance area that currently houses a magnet program. Exploration of special interest programs that could be offered sustainably, whether through the Magnet Schools program or in the magnet schools. The administration will also solicit input on the future of magnet programming through the strategic planning process and incorporate that input into its recommendations to the board.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions related? Are there any questions related to this section? Mr. Cochran.
Thanks. I think this is back on slide 67, maybe?
What's at the top of it?
Recommendations, student assignment, I think.
Market broadly would be the first one, or
recommendation student assignment.
Goes
number 5.
5 through 8.
Next one. There you go, right there.
Number 8 is where I had the question. I'm just wondering where it says we're gonna, the recommendation is to revisit the magnet selection rubric, and then the suggested revisions include lessening the weight of discipline and attendance factors. I'm just, I know normally that's something that we are not normally setting out to do. I was just wondering about the part about lessening the weight of discipline and attendance factors.
That's their recommendation. That doesn't necessarily mean that would make it into the recommendation that we would give to the board regarding the continuance of magnet programs.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Sessions.
Any other questions? Okay, then let's move to section 5, which is the area related to procurement. Herb?
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Our 5th and final focus area, procurement and vendor selection. The team looked at the district's procurement code and state regulations, estimated controllable dollars in the general fund, Greenville County Schools Minority Business Enterprise Plan, the practices to ensure that small and/or minority-owned businesses have the opportunity to engage with the district, awarding contracts to enhance capital ownership and overall district and state economic development, the alternate W-9 form and process to declare status as a socially and/or emotionally disadvantaged individual, entity, or business, communication and solicitation methods. The current state, district adheres to the board-approved district procurement code and regulations, aligned with the South Carolina Procurement Code and regulations. All purchases bound by dollar thresholds requiring solicitation of quotes or bids beginning at $1,500. The MBE plan includes a goal to procure an equivalent of 3% of the general fund budget, estimated controllable dollars from minority and women-owned firms. That goal is annually exceeded. Vendors submit a paper alternate W-9 form to declare status as a socially and/or economically disadvantaged individual, entity, or business. The state's MBE and Greenville County Schools approved MBE lists are not aligned. The strengths of the current program: easily accessible bidding opportunities for services, supplies, and equipment, percentage discounts and maximum fixed price solicitation methods, dividing large projects into smaller projects to make commerce accessible to smaller businesses, openness to change and seeking opportunities for community outreach. Challenges that we observed. Data to monitor progress is based on the Greenville County Schools list of minority and women-owned businesses currently developed from paper alternate W-9 form submissions. There is a need to reconcile the state-registered MBE list to the district's list. The challenge to secure accurate minority business information has resulted in a goal of 3%, which is readily attainable and consistently exceeded. There is a need to adjust the goal and consider other measures. Our recommendations: improve systems and processes, create a digital alternate W-9 form for easy access, distribution, and voluntary completion. The procurement department will reach out to MBEs about the alternate W-9, share bidding opportunities using various strategies, monitor and support implementation of recommendations, compile metrics, and conduct an annual review of MBE vendor activity. Seek input from current MBE vendors to reach additional MBEs. Then develop strategies for continuous improvement of vendor diversity. Annually update the MBE plan indicators with the goal of continual incremental increases aligned with GCS budgets. Simplify internal processes to lessen bureaucracy while adhering to statutory regulatory requirements. Raise internal awareness, distribute MBE vendor lists, and share the intent to increase the number of MBEs with all purchasers and partners. That would include PTA and booster clubs as well. Add an easily recognized notation for MBEs on the vendor list. Develop systems that better identify diverse vendors. Then annually share metrics with purchasers. Keep MBE goals active. Raise external awareness, advertising and marketing, a communication plan focused on outreach to local and state MBEs, advertise opportunities in the alternate W-9 process. Partner with advertising and marketing outlets. Update the website. Create a video explaining the why behind submission of the alternate W-9 and the district goals. In addition to the required notification, web and newspaper, use direct mail lists, social media, and professional organizations to notify potential vendors. Community partnerships and outreach as an indicator of success. Work with chambers of commerce and similar entities to identify and communicate with MBEs. Engage in community outreach and procurement fairs to share the process and provide support for small businesses. Partner with existing external training programs to reach new businesses For instance, the Chamber of Commerce, Village Launch, Community Works, Greenville Dreams, and others. Attend neighborhood meetings, appoint a volunteer committee to market business opportunities. Short-term indicators improvement will be evident in an annual review of the metrics, showing an increase in some or all of the following areas. Metrics would include number of MBEs identified by alternate W-9 increases, alignment between vendors identified in state and Greenville County Schools lists, number of MBE subcontractors listed, bids submitted, and awards secured, the dollars spent with MBEs, and the percent of the total budget spent with MBEs. Long-term, GCS will increase the percentage of dollars spent with MBEs, which better reflect the community demographics, increase employment opportunities, inspire students to become entrepreneurs, and increase upward mobility. It's important to note here that the stakeholder team, we discussed and all agreed that many of the strategies and metrics in this section are applicable to the goal of increasing engagement with all local businesses. So this is not just about MBEs. These recommendations should work for any of our small businesses. It's important to note that. Dr. Royster?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The procurement and vendor selection process impacts the community and offers many opportunities to collaborate with and support diverse vendors. While procurement maintains a dynamic list of women and minority-owned businesses, there are opportunities to increase awarenesses for those businesses to engage with the district. The stakeholder team offered recommendations to ensure awareness of the MBE vendor list among employees responsible for purchasing. The district can also identify MBEs on vendor list and create a digital alternate W-9 form to streamline the process. Working with community partners, we can develop strategies to share processes and opportunities with MBEs and apply these strategies to locally owned businesses. Simplifying procedures and communication, we can increase the number of minority and women-owned business enterprises that are engaged with the district. Through the strategic planning process, we will explore strategies to increase communication and connections with diverse vendors, which may include or can include updating the GCS procurement website, using a variety of marketing strategies to share the process, developing a video to share with the community on the process and benefits of becoming a vendor, participating in procurement fairs, engaging in community outreach, and seeking input from existing WBE vendors. The strategic plan can also consider best practice strategies to expand these practices, while also ensuring we adhere to law and regulation that prohibit quotas or weighting of MBEs in procurement decisions. It is always to our advantage to have a larger group of vendors bid on our projects, equipment, and materials. It benefits the taxpayers, so long as those vendors are appropriately licensed, bonded, and qualified to provide those materials, equipment, or services. As we come to the conclusion of this section, I want to share some closing comments and then turn it back to you, Mr. Sailors, for questions regarding the procurement. But I certainly want to thank the team for its valuable contributions to our improvement. Along the way, we've incorporated a number of their insights into department and budget planning. We've also attained a number of recommendations already. By partnering with Greenville Technical College, dual credit fees have been completely eliminated, removing a barrier for all of our students. Our theme for 22-23, Believe in Every Student, came from the team's collaboration with student panels. Mentor relationships have been expanded through community partners. Tuition reimbursement is offered for a bachelor's and master's degree in education. Educators received increases in pay, as approved by this board. A pilot program, given your approval, will begin in 24-25 to provide incentives for working and attaining achievements in high-needs schools. We've identified 2 schools for that pilot, and we will present that information. And I've spoken to you about this already informally on a couple of occasions, but I believe we will be prepared to present that to the board of the Committee of the Whole at the October meeting. Procurement has now developed and implemented an alternate W-9 form, which has been shared at the Greenville Chamber of Commerce and will be shared to other places to support awareness among minority and women-owned businesses as to how to engage the district in business. And I would be remiss if I did not thank Herb Johnson for his outstanding leadership in this effort and recognize all those individuals that served on that committee, many of whom were here earlier today. I noticed a few of them left at lunch, but that's a good time to note that before today, not including whatever time they spent reviewing materials outside of the meetings, we logged 1,764 volunteer hours from that group in doing the work that you see presented to you today. Again, that includes no study, reading, or reflection they did outside of the meetings. It doesn't include the 2 or 3 hours they sat here this morning or any other outside time they put in. That's a significant contribution from a lot of people that are very busy and engaged in all aspects of our community, and we very much appreciate their input, their considerations, and their recommendations. And again, thank you, Herb.
Are there any questions related to Section 5? Mr. Cochran.
Just very briefly, I was wondering if somebody could just give me kind of the very basic components of our MBE plan. Thank you.
Are you referring to the metrics by which we gauge?
I just basically kind of what's involved with the program. Just a very brief description.
The program at this point has simply to try to create awareness among all eligible vendors, and particularly among minority-owned businesses, of how you go about engaging in business with the district. The metrics we keep are simply based on our contracts awarded, what number or percentage as an amount of dollars are awarded to minority-owned businesses. That could be women-owned, it could be a minority by ethnicity, and we track that each year.
Be veteran-owned as well.
Veteran-owned as well, I'm sorry. Thank you, Herb. Now, we do not have any particular set-aside, nor are vendor proposals weighted in any way. Now, that in the federal system, that is true. And we had some number of projects several years ago that we got some federal funds through which we had to apply the federal requirements to those funds. It was a small amount in our operation, a few $1 million for some specific construction-related projects. But the state procurement statutes, and then there's a code of regulation subsequent to the statute, compels open competitive bidding or competitive request for proposals for which there is no particular preference, weighting, or set-aside provided. But the state does compel, and we have done so for a number of years, I think even before it was compelled by the state, to track the awarding of those contracts to minority-owned businesses as identified based on the list that Herb and I together were able to provide for you.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Slater.
Dr. Russell, I would add that one of our main goals also is to educate the public to make sure that they fill out the appropriate forms so that they get counted in that number. And we're trying to get that word out. We were invited by the Chamber of Commerce recently, and we are signed up to participate November the 1st as a kind of meet the vendor event that they're throwing to get the word out to local contractors about that process so that they can be counted. We noticed that we did have some folks who would have counted towards that number, but since we didn't have the appropriate information, they were not included in our totals. So we're trying to get the word out.
Thank you, Dr. Ward.
Anyone else? I've got one. Explain to me an alternate W-9.
The official IRS document is called a W-9 form.
Right.
And we have taken that information and put it on our own form that asks for a lot more information than what's required on the IRS. For instance, a remit to address, if it's different than the corporate office, a contact person, what they're in business for, you know, a supply, right, service, et cetera. And then on the bottom of the form is your MBE information.
Okay. I know that in most cases when MWBE struggles to get a project, it's of a size significant to where they cannot bond it. So going to an alternate W-9 does not take away from the bonding capacity that they're still required.
No, sir.
Okay, that's it. Mr. Johnson, thank you very much for both your professionalism and your service to this school district. And we appreciate everything you've done today and before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would be remiss without saying thank you to Dr. Royster for having the vision of doing this work. Thank you to the Board of Trustees for endorsing this work. And then thank you to our committee. As Dr. Royster said, we took this very seriously. We were not doing it for any personal gain. We were not trying to make any political statement. We were doing this for the current and future Greenville County Schools students and for no other reason. And I feel very honored and privileged to have been part of it. So most of you in the room are too young to remember this cartoon, but that's all, folks.
Madam Chairman, this concludes the administration portion, and we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers, and thank you again, Mr. Johnson. Our final item of business is building and grounds, and Mrs. Morrison Fair will be serving as the chair. So, Mrs. Morrison Fair, I will turn the floor to you.
Sorry. Hopefully we can get through this easily. Computer's not up, but I have an alternative. I guess I don't have an alternative.
First one's facilities project report.
What do I need to do? There you go. Look at mine. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Section 5.01 facilities project report. And we will have the presenter, Mr. Carlin, but Dr. Royster, would you like to speak to this item?
I don't know that we have anything of particular note to bring to the attention of the board, but certainly any question you might have about an ongoing project or other facility issue, either I or Colonel Carlin will be glad to try to answer that for you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions? Hearing none. Thank you. We will move on to, I think that is it. Oh, no, 5.02. Naming of Fine Arts Center, Black Box Theater. I'm kind of trouble today.
Are you looking for a motion? Yes, I'd like to make a motion in naming the Fine Arts Center.
There you go.
Naming the Fine Arts Center of Black Box Theater.
After Roy Floor.
After Roy Floor.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any questions? Any comments? All of those in favor of the motion, please let it say it by let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and the motion is approved. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will turn it back over to our chairman, Dr. Stiles.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morrison Fair. This concludes our agenda today, but I would like to just take a moment to say happy birthday to one of our members. She's already left, Miss Michelle Goodwin Caldwell. Maybe the celebration has already started. We hope so. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Madam Chairman, I move that we adjourn.
Mr. Sailors has made the motion. Ms. Levinas Wells has seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Our meeting is adjourned. Have a great afternoon.